Bore da o Stadium Principality yma yng Nghaerdydd. A very good morning from the Principality Stadium here in Cardiff, where we are looking ahead to 5 games today in the senior schools and colleges group under 18s, and coming up shortly will be the first of those matches, the under 18s male plate final between Stanwell Comprehensive School in Penarth and Ysgol Gyfun Gymunedol Penwethig in Aberystwyth. It's bright sunshine here above the Principality Stadium, and I'm sure that would be the case also above Stanwell School in Penarth across the bay. Dim ond gobeithio bod hi'n heilwen braf a glir hefyd yn Llanbadarn ger Aberystwyth a chartre Ysgol Gyfun Gymunedol Penwethig. Ni'n edrych ymlaen yn fawr at y game. Supporters here from both schools this morning, and I dare say there would be quite a few watching on stream live at the respective schools as well. So if you are, you're welcome to get in touch with us on whatever social media you decide upon. Remember my age, I just about manage Facebook and Twitter. Instagram will do, TikTok and whatever. So get in touch if you are watching in Stanwell Comprehensive and in Ysgol Penwethig. Yeah, cadwch yn lan, keep it clean, because I hardly have any information on the players. But knowing that you're watching in your respective schools, that'll be encouragement enough for me to give of my best this morning. Stanwell School, of course, Comprehensive, and Penwethig, they've fought their way through to the final here, and it's a proud day for both these schools. Penwethig, incidentally, returning for the second time in as many days. The junior section were here yesterday and thoroughly enjoyed the outing in the sun. So let's have a look at the respective lineups for this first match then. Lineup for Stanwell School: Liam Brooks, Ethan Barry and Davies Hedgecoe. The front row: Sam Gush, Max Woodman. They're the lock forwards: Elliot Diamond Salmon, George Jones and Evan Jones in the back row, and they'll have their task. They'll work it out, keeping up with the Joneses in the Penwethig lineup. We'll come to that in a minute. Halfbacks: Joel Hennessy, Rhys Mottram, Ieuan Harris and Rhys Stout are the wingers. At centre, Dan Thomas and Iwan Davies. At full-back, it's Jacob Julian. Gewch chi'n gael cip ar y eilyddion: Kai Sullivan, Louis Watkins, Ethan Newman, Charlie Wheatley, Harry Davis, Iestyn Willis, Sam Edmonds and Henry Scott Lawson are on the bench, and no doubt they will come on. They are impact players, and they will be desperate to get on to the field of play. Dyma ni de, Team Penwethig: Gerwyn Jones, Dan Davis, Llyr Davis, Sean Davis, Iestyn Lawson, Lloyd Ellis-Jones, David Llyr Hywel a Deian Gwyn yn yr heng ôl. Wy'n edrych mlaen i weld rheina'n chwarae'n sicr. Owen Pugh yn y drach, Steffan Jack Jones, dyna'r haneri. Gwion Hefin a Iwan Morris ar yr esgill on the wings. Rhys Willets-Jones, Harry Gwyn Jones at centre, hwyr canolwyr, ag Euros Lloyd yn y cefn. Euros Lloyd is the full-back. And ar y banc, on the bench today: Will Thomas, Thomas Ellis, Ruben Meany, Iwan Bishop, Carwyn Davis, Tom Benjamin, Evan Davis and Leo De Souza Davis. So here we go then with the first match on the Tuesday. Full programme of junior rugby and senior national finals to come on the Saturday. We've had some entertaining rugby on Saturday, and again of course Sunday with the championship finals, and Monday yesterday the juniors. They thoroughly entertained us, and we are looking forward for more of the same here on the opening match here on the Tuesday. Dyfarnwr, the referee for this match, is Padraig Turland Lang, having a quick look at his watch, and it'll be Penwethig in the blue strip to kick off from right to left, and it's taken by Harry Gwyn Jones immediately for Penwethig. Looking to get a solid start here. May well have been a very early start for the Penwethig side this morning, and they're keen to get the bus out of the system. Taking the ball up in midfield, that's the number 8, Deian Gwyn. Llyr Davis, tight head prop forward. Penwethig moving slowly upfield, and for the moment Stanwell keeping the defensive shape and organisation and winning the penalty. We've seen some good work at the breakdown in the last few days from the juniors. They're well drilled, well coached, and a timely intervention there from Stanwell Comprehensive player to win that turnover. Stanwell Comprehensive defeated Ysgol Eden from the east of Cardiff by 2 points in the semi-final, a closely fought encounter. And Coleg Cymunedol y Dderwen Tondi on the way, and Llanganwyd as well. A number of the Penwethig school, they play for the Scarlets West regional side. Lloyd Ellis-Jones, Dayan Gwyn, Harry Gwyn-Jones, Leo de Souza, Daniel Davis and Stefan Jack Jones amongst them. Into the shadows. Stanwell drive forward. The referee's arm is extended, waiting for an advantage. Good countering here by Penwethig on the Penwethig 10-metre line. It's there on the plate for Joel Hennessy, the scrum half. Probing the narrow side initially, and now they have the width of the field if they can get the ball back, but no advantage for pulling down the maul, says referee Turlen Lang. And Rhys Mottram will kick for territory, and the angle is a tight one, but he'll try and put that ball down as close to the corner flag as possible. So a chance here for Stanwell at the line. At good take. The forwards gather round. The drive is on. Ball well shielded by Ethan Barry. He's played for the Welsh Academicals and captain of a successful Penarth youth team. And they reached the semi-finals against the eventual winners Bilthwells, and what a performance they gave us on Saturday. Deep inside the Penwethig 22. Dug out by Joel Hennessy. It's on its way into midfield. Jacob Julian offloads to Ieuan Harris. 3-4 Penwethig players there. And good work, exceptional work. Well, we've seen the work of Stanwell Comprehensive at the breakdown. And let's congratulate Penwethig as well on a job well done. And a chance to ease the pressure on their own try line. That's a decent kick. And takes play into the sunshine immediately, directly beneath me here. As I'm glad to say there are more supporters coming in to the east stand on the far side, and they will get the sun as the day progresses. Hardly a breeze, as you can see from the flag in the arm of the hand rather of the referee's assistant. To the back it goes. Quickly into midfield, or it should be. But Dayan Gwyn has other ideas. That's a powerful charge from the Penwethig number 8. Good into passing. Llyr Davies couldn't quite get the pass away clean. Stanwell Comprehensive being penalised for playing the ball on the floor. Not allowed. Stefan Jack Jones takes play into the Stanwell Comprehensive 22 for the first time. They had an opportunity down the far end of the field. Let's see what Penwethig have got up their sleeve here. Forwards slowly into the line out. That suggests that there's been a little committee bach, as they say in Llanbadarn, probably. Dayan Gwyn standing in the scrum half position, and ball tucked tightly under his arms. Out it comes. Initial charge from Lloyd Ellis-Jones, 10 metres out. Quick recycle ball, that's what's required. Securely into the hands of Dayan Gwyn, pumping the legs. Great effort again from the number 8. Nice step. Can he get there? That's the outside half. Stefan Jack. Dug out by Owen Pugh. I'm waiting to see what the referee decides on this one. Looks as if the play has been held up. Good effort though. And good defensive effort as well. And the last man up with the ball in hand, that is the scrum half for Joel Hennessy. So it'll be a dropout from their own try line. I like the way that Penwethig organised themselves here to prepare for the dropout. It's a new innovation this season. Diane Gwynn had it well covered. An attempt at a drop goal, not a bad effort from Stefan Jack Jones. If you are within distance, well, it's worth having a go. So the first chance of a score, not quite executed as the outside half might have wanted it. Cynnig da serchyni. Yn cael un ar cynnig cynta am gol adlam wedi weld yma yn ystod y dyddiau diweddar. And first attempt at a drop goal that I've seen over the last few days. And here he is again. Lovely pass. Straight into the hands of Gwion Hefin. Good support coming here from the centre. Harry Gwyn Jones. Can he go all the way? It's a foot race. Not a well-directed kick perhaps, but scrambling back in defence, Stanwell players. And they've done remarkably well to cover that effort and that threat. Now then to clear their lines. Hennessy wanting a clear line of sight. It's still on the field of play, but Stanwell Comp have acquitted themselves well. So these two teams, they appear to be well matched. So to the back it goes. Gathered in and the drive comes on from Penwethig. That's great stuff initially. Has the ball been possession retained? No, just nudged forward. So Stanwell on their own 22. That's a great clearance from inside the 22, but it was passed back inside. So the line out will be Penwethig's. So it all starts with the hooker. Again to the back. They want to get the ball quickly into midfield. Diane Gwynn stepping off the right foot. Penwethig building up a head of steam through Llyr Davies, the tight head prop. Options left and right. They go right. That's where the numbers are. The centre. Good work there. Good pass for Rhys Willets-Jones opening the door. You can just hear the roar from the Penwethig supporters. There's a chance of a score here. And keep the ball in hand this time. That's Lloyd Ellis-Jones off his left foot. And they're queuing up outside. Almost an interception. The Penwethig still have it. That's David Llyr Howell. I'm sure his brother played here yesterday, Owen. So they'll come back for the knock-on. Wel nawr te, wy'n cael cwmni Keith Phillips o Glwb Rugby Ystrad Gynlais gyda fi fan hyn. Croeso Keith. Mwynhau'r chwarae bore yma yn yr Heilwen gyda'r ddwy ysgol yma, Stanwell o Penarth a Penweddig o Aberystwyth.
Wel, i wedi edrych mlaen o hwn o spel. Wel, y dyfyrnod un yna, efe. Ond pan nawr ma fi'n rili edrych mlaen i Yslyfera ac...
Nawr, mae'r chi gofio bod chi bod yn ddiduedd fan hyn nawr yn y pwynt sylwebu. You have to be... You can't be biased in favour of Yslyfera now in the commentary box, Keith. That's the first lesson.
I think you better get somebody else.
So we'll enjoy this one between Stanwell Comprehensive, Penarth and Penweddig in Aberystwyth. And I dare say, were you a scrum half yourself, Keith?
Yes, 9.5 stone, soaking wet.
Some good skills on display, and you will enjoy this one, Keith. And the penalty goes the way of Penweddig, still waiting for the opening score. Will they go for the post or will they go for the line out? What do you do here, Keith?
I'd go for the post.
Well done. They're in agreement by the looks of things, indicated that they're going for the post. And this week, Keith, it's the culmination, isn't it, of weeks and months of hard work behind the scenes as well as on the field. It's all coming to fruition this week.
It's been a difficult time actually between one thing and another. You know, cancellation games, decide who goes through then because of it. Most of the schools have been very supportive of the Welsh schools. And you know, this is what we see here today. The next game is Coleg Sir Gar and Presalie, two other strong units. So we're very lucky. Yeah,
and I could be biased when it comes to that because Presalie is my former school.
Somebody had to go there, didn't they?
First opportunity, then 4 points, goes the way of Penweddig. Well, he had a stab at a drop goal attempt earlier on, Stefan Jack Jones. That one looked as if it was on its way, but didn't quite reach the mark. We're looking at players here, Keith, you know, to progress to the youth clubs, the youth teams rather, and that's what's been a bit of a problem, I think, for many a club, the stalwart clubs over the years, but now can't find enough players for youth teams, let alone the second 15s.
It's when I retired from Ystrad Gynlais Rugby, they had 4 senior sides, including the youth. Now they go 1.5.
Yeah, it's a problem. Certainly, so many attractions, distractions, call them what you will. And the Ystrad Gynlais are clearly one of the strongest sides in the West Wales League way back when.
Well, yes, we've had good sides over the years, but we're struggling at the moment in Division 2 West or Central. There's not a lot, you know, people tell us there's more playing rugby now than ever before. I don't go along with that.
We had this conversation yesterday, and I think we came to the conclusion that perhaps it was the surge in the number of girls and young women who have taken up the game that might be that might account for some of the increase in the numbers.
And the junior sections in every club is very strong.
Well, that's where the hope for the future lies, certainly. A skewed kick, an offside. So Stanwell will get a full penalty here. Still waiting for the first score. Penweddig have come the closest. I've been given some notes now on the Stanwell Comprehensive School, and well, I don't know who wrote them, but creative writing certainly. But Rhys Mottram sent that kick flying into touch. Yeah, loves a tray of brownies apparently for his pre-match prep meal. Well, if that's what it takes to get the ball away, good luck to him, and I'm all for it. So Stanwell back up to halfway, muscling their way forward. Two hands out, ready to take the ball. That was Davis Hedgecoe, the young man with the yellow headgear. And equally distinctive is the centre with the red headgear. I like the way these players, they display a lot of confidence, Keith. It's a first opportunity for them at this level and at the National Stadium, the Principality Stadium.
Well, they play with panache. That's a lovely word for them.
Isn't it just?
They just enjoy themselves.
You didn't learn that in Ystrad Nice.
Or Gwyndraeth.
All right, that explains it. Yeah, panache, it's a good word. We've seen a bit of panache over the last few days.
But, they enjoy the rugby. I felt on Sunday, the senior finals, there was a lot of nervousness there. Yeah. This lot are going out there now, so, well, we won't be here next year or the year after.
Yeah, the exuberance and the confidence of youth, isn't it? And so much at stake, I suppose, for the senior players. We had Aberavon and Newport, didn't we? And yes, we see mistakes from international players here
Good grief, yes.
on the international stage. But these young lads, they've got no fear. Now then, what's the decision? Rhys Mottram, I think, fancies this one. He's captained the Crauchetes invitational side. So many of the players on display today will have played for the Crauchetes invitational side, and that's a step up again in representative rugby, Keith.
Yes, it is. Mind you, I'd prefer if there was a Welsh schools team and a Welsh youth team.
As we once had.
Yes, because the invitational teams, you might have somebody from an area and the boys go in.
I well remember having a chat with somebody you know full well, Clive Rowlands, who went on a Welsh schools trip to South Africa when he was at under 16. Cook's Tours is what he was telling me. It resembled, and he had a little envelope in his pocket from the villagers to send him on its way, and a blazer and a badge was paid by somebody else. It's a lovely story. It's a lovely strike from Rhys Mottram, and that does open the scoring for Stanwell Comprehensive. Well directed kick from the outside half and opens the scoring here. Stanwell Comprehensive, Penarth 3, Sgol Penwethig yet to open their account. And that's brought the crowd on the East Stand to life, or the one section of it certainly. And hopefully, if there are some young people, students at Stanwell Comprehensive watching this match, well, I'm sure they're on their feet as well. And I can just about hear some students in Penwethig, I think, shouting their support here. Cysylltwch gyda ni, mae croeso i chi wneud. Dewch a'ch cyfarchion i'r bechgyn yma, maen nhw'n heiddi'ch cefnogaeth chi, maen nhw'n brwydro'n ddewr fan hyn.
O'ch chi'n gweud gen i am Clive Rowlands ar y trip na efe, a dde'n gweud ar y bad athon nhw.
Yeah.
A dde'n gweud, o'n i ar un ochr y bad a pwydd ar ochr arall, merched Australia ddim yn wario Wimbledon. A dde ffili credu beth oedd yn gweld.
Mae fe stor o stori gan Clive.
Odi, odi.
The Bale ar gael. It's there again for Dayan Gwyn. He's quite a handful. Gaining some 10-15 valuable meters. First up tackling. So crucial, so important. Not quite behind the Stanwell defence that time, but the pressure is on the local side. Jacob Julian sends it downfield as far as Eros Lloyd. Has a quick look up to see what's possible here. Steps back inside his opposite number, tackled eventually by George Jones, the Stanwell wing forward. Will it come out this time, I wonder? Llyr Davies on to David Llyr Howell on the Stanwell 22. They're lining up outside here. Oh, a neat little flick pass into the hands of Gwion Hevin. on the left wing. Stunwell have done well here. They turned it over. Ball carried back into the 22. Where's that going to drop? Right into the arms of Owen Pugh, the scrum half. Good strength. So Jones, the outside half, comes in and offloads to Llyr Davies, the tight head prop forward. And one or two forwards out in the midfield for Penwethig. The kick a little too far perhaps for the right winger, Iwan Morris. Oh, good tackle. And look who's there first. It's Owen Pugh, the scrum half. It'll be a penalty. Good chasing from Penwethig. What a dafana. Keith gan ysgol Penwethig.
O, mae'r rhif 9 yn dda. Ond nhw'n gweithio cyn y gym, y rhif 10 yw'r boi, ond mae'r Owen Pugh yn sefyll mas.
Na ni. Owen Pugh a Steffan Jack Jones, dyna'r haneri.
Yeah. Ond bod nhw fynd i'r cornel.
Gadw pwysyn ymlaen. Chydig bach o ofid ar hyn o bryd. Some concern over Dian Gwyn. Certainly showed up well in the opening few minutes, and it'd be a shame if they lose the services of their number 8. I don't know, but I seem to recall an Evian Gwyn who scored a fantastic try for Llandyfri here in the cup final of 2007, and I dare say that young Dian is a close relative of the late Evian Gwyn. Coffa da amdano a'r gêm honno yn erbyn Caerdydd fan hyn yn 2007 pan gododd clwb rygbi Llandyfri y cwpan. Lle Iwan Bishop. Yeah. Iwan Bishop, your eilydd sydd yn dod ymlaen. The replacement is Iwan Bishop, wearing 19 on his back. As Penwethig go for the corner, looking to get their side of the scoreboard up and running. So every player needs to know exactly what his duty is here. And it all starts with the hooker. Mae'n dechrau gyda'r bachwr Dan Davies. Chydig bach yn fler, chydig bach yn aniben, a little untidy. And the ball is given away. Good work by Stanwell Comprehensive. They don't want to give bad ball to their scrum half, Joel Hennessy. And he probably, as a good scrum half, would be saying, no, I don't want it yet, you take it on another yard or two. So the scrum, some 8 meters out from the Stanwell try line. From the base, that's Evan Jones looking to set it up. Mottram deep inside his own 22 and finds good touch, taking play almost up to halfway.
Excellent kick.
He's got a strong, a heavy boot on him, hasn't he?
Yes, because I think they're playing against the wind, but that was a very good clearance.
It's difficult to say, isn't it? The wind, there's a swirling wind as ever in these closed stadiums, despite the roof being open, of course.
Yes, most of the wind is blowing towards us.
You've noticed, Keith, that it's always colder in the commentary position. Everybody else, you know, the office holders like yourselves always sit in the sun on the far side.
Look at them, they're all over there.
Let's see now then, Penwethig still looking for that elusive first score as we approach half-time. 35 minutes each way. Good effort. Was it out on the full? No, the flag stays down. I'm happy, says the referee's assistant on the far side. Adrian Harris and Andrew Perks are the referee's assistants for this match. And a word about the referees as well, Keith. We've seen any number here over the last few days, and I think the verdict has been that they're firm but fair.
At this level, excellent. You know, we've seen the weekend rugby, saw the Newport Scarlets game. I feel the referees at this level are far more easygoing, but on the ball.
We talk about player development, but we need also to talk about referee development, don't we? And the Welsh Rugby Union is at the forefront in doing that.
Well, you have to. You know, there are so many junior sides, for example. You need good referees, and you know, the sooner a young lad learns the proper way of doing things, the better it's going to be when he's a senior.
That's a good point. Well made. Keith Phillips, committee man for Stragunlice, and representing Welsh Schools Rugby Union, Keith, yes?
Yes, I'm the competition coordinator.
Ah, right. So you got the top man here.
Well, I wouldn't say that. There's a few over there who would argue with you.
That's what it's all about. I've not known a WR committee that there hasn't been any arguing. Stanwell into the Penwethig half. Determined run from Max Woodman. He's the lock forward wearing 5. Newly qualified lifeguard. Oh, well taken, shame. The pass was slightly forward. A few of these Stanwell Road players, I noticed from the team sheet that I have here that they play for Old Penarthians, and they've just come back from a good tour in Barcelona. Now, what is the definition of a good tour in Barcelona? It might be different to my definition.
I don't think it's come from the rugby field.
not in my case, no. And interesting, the Builth Wells players, the youth players here last Saturday won their tournament, and they had just come back from a tough tournament out in Portugal, where they played against a Belgian international side and an older age group Portuguese side as well, and that certainly stood them in good stead for the final, because they were on fire here on Saturday.
They're a good side, and by all accounts, the Calon Cymru school want to join the Welsh Schools League.
Well, that's good news. Calon Cymru, the heart of Wales, and was there a more apt name for a school based in Builth Wells and Llandrindod? Stanwell. Well done by Ian Harris, just about managed to gather that one. But the defence, Penwethig defence has been good so far. Just the 3 points, the difference, as the clock runs down to half-time. An injury here to Sam Gush, the Stanwell lock forward from Dinas Powys. Well, that's another thing that we need to compliment the referees on. As soon as there is any hint of an injury, because we don't know, they don't know how serious it might be, they blow the whistle immediately.
Well, it's the safe thing and the wise thing to do. You see some teams, they run around the injured player, and the referee just looks on, and at least this guy blows up straight away.
So Gush back on his feet. That's good news. So he stays on, no harm done. Surprising what a swig of water can do.
Same as the old sponge.
Magic sponge. Whatever happened to that magic sponge? I think it's instant fagan these days, Keith.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Bert Peel, the old Scarlets guy, he loved the sponge.
Oh my goodness me. Yeah, we're talking about health and safety. I don't know about cleanliness, being next to godliness in the case of the magic sponge.
if there was a groin strain and you had a magic sponge, he wasn't down for long.
Yeah. The old wintergreen and the smelling salts.
How things have changed.
Haven't they just?
I think for the better, but not everything.
I don't know about you, Keith, but I never knew that I had an AC joint, let alone know where it was.
You hear the commentators, oh, he's out for the, you know, it makes you wonder.
Oh, good tackle. That tackle had to be made. But it's still there, though, for Stanwell. And they come in looking for a try. The scrum half, Joel Hennessy, up to the 22, leaves it for Mottram. A little show from him, but he's well marshalled into touch on the Penwethig 22.
I think you would have been better off trying to get that ball inside again.
Yeah, keep the ball alive. So the wind has picked up, certainly in the grandstand here. But no problem for Penwethig to secure the ball at the line out through Iestyn Lawson. Back safely into the hand of Steffan Jones. Julian. And here's a determined run. An equally determined tackle coming in also. Stop the Stanwell fullback in his tracks. It may be just 3 points in it, but one can see why. Because no quarter asked and no quarter given.
The defences are very good.
Very well organised, very well drilled, and the tackling is superb. Rhys Willets-Jones, the inside centre, made that to a tackle. George Jones brought down on the 10-metre line. That's Gush. Mottram now then, he spotted a gap. Giving good chase is Ieuan Harris. Will get there first, or will the dead ball line elude him? Not a bad effort.
That was close.
That's the closest we've come to a try. The vision of Rhys Mottram, the Stanwell outside half, created that opportunity, and lovely little kick on the charge there on at full tilt from Ieuan Harris. So Penwethig kick deep, almost up to their own 10-metre line. Mottram with a chance for a drop goal. Another excellent effort from way out. And the odd attempt at a drop goal here and there might make all the difference. 2 minutes to half time. And that's what I hear in my ears. Ball bounces up in front of Rhys Stout. Steps out of the first tackle of Rhys Willets-Jones. Stanwell picking up a head of steam here before the break, looking for a try that'll take them to a 2-point advantage. Now then, they work Ieuan Harris clear on the left. Brilliant tackle again from Penwethig, and this time it is the fullback, Eros Lloyd. He knew full well that were he to miss the tackle, then Harris would have been in. Still there for the elusive Jacob Julian. The pick and drive. 6-7 metres out. There is the Penwethig try line in the background. Desperately trying to get their hands on the ball at the ruck. The Aberystwyth side. Sam Gush goes to ground, and Penwethig falling off their feet. So a simple 3-pointer for a kicker of Mottram's capabilities.
Oh, he's going for the corner.
And just before the break. And the 5-pointer will do the world of good for the local side. From just across the bay in Penarth. So Stanwell being urged on by their supporters here. They sense that a try could be in the offing. So Penwethig on the defensive. Lloyd Ellis-Jones, the number 6, with the tackle. They come again. The threat is still there. Thwarted again. Around the narrow side. Bit of bulk this time. And that's Ethan Barry. The referee not happy. He has spotted something. I think it may have spotted a knock on. So it'll be a Penwethig scrum. And can they hold out to the break? All credit to them if they can. They've been on the defensive for the last 10 minutes or so.
They've done well.
Certainly have. You sense that something has got to give. 12 and 13 in midfield. Dan Thomas and Ewan Davis for Stanwell. Poised to attack. Good drive, a powerful drive from Stanwell.
That's the one rule I never understand. 18-year-olds not being allowed to push more than a metre. And then they go and play seconds or first 15 club rugby. They don't know what it's. A
good point, well made, and it's certainly a point that's been made on in other quarters that I've been party to in recent years. As you say, the step up is too great for these youngsters, and they're quite adept at tackling big, powerful opposition. Well done, Penwethig. Da iawn ar dderchog. So a chance to clear their lines, and this could well be the last piece of action of the first half.
Yeah.
And scuffed the kick a little, but it's safely into touch. And as the game or a half can't finish on the penalty, there is time for the lineup to be taken. So Parrig, Tilland, Lang is the referee, insisting on a clear space between the two sets of forwards. Taken two-handed by Sean Davis at number 4 for Penwethig. Has it been turned over? Yes, it has, by the looks of it, but it's there somewhere, and there's a blue shirt in the way, and we are. Let's drag him out of the way.
That's the way to do it, isn't it?
That's the way to do it. Liam Brooks. So the referee's assistant on the far side might not see it the way we have, Keith. No, indeed, it's a penalty for Stanwell. So again, Penarth have seen that their efforts at kicking for the corner and successive lineouts have not borne any fruit, and Mottram says, well, let's have a go at the post then. Or does he? Yes. And open a 6-point advantage by the break. Sensible play, Keith.
Well, that's the way to do it now, isn't it? You know, there's about 5 seconds to go. If that, I'm sure the referee will blow up as soon as he kicks it.
It's a psychological blow, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, Penwethig, they've weathered the storm for the greater part of the last 10 minutes or so. And now they're facing this penalty and could find themselves 6 points to nil adrift. Some 5 metres out of the 22 and 15 metres in from touch. He's an able kicker, as we've already seen, and the flags are in the air. And Mottram has doubled the Stanwell Comprehensive's account as referee Tilland Lang blows the whistle to bring a competitive first half to a close. Hanner cynta digon cystadleuol. Ysgol Stanwell o Penarth sydd ar y blaen. So we arrive at half-time with the local side leading Ysgol Gyfun Gymunedol Penwethig by 6 points to nil.
I don't think it's been a 6-pointer. You know, Penwethig have played really well, but just couldn't crack it. And they haven't got a Mottram kicking goals.
No, but it's a lesson to take your points, isn't it, when you're in the opposition half for the 22. but it's finely poised, I would say. At 6 points to 0 in Stanwell Comprehensive's favour. Stay with us for the second half. Llawer mwy o rugby I ddod heddi wrth gwrs, ac ymunwch gyda ni yn y drafodaeth. You're welcome to join us in the conversation. Some good points being raised here by Keith Phillips as to the shoving in the scrum. Should it be allowed at this stage further than a metre, and other points besides. Croeso I chi ymuno gyda ni yn y drafodaeth os y gallwch chi. So we're underway with the second half of this opening match of the day. The under-18s male plate final between Stanwell Comprehensive School Penarth and Penwethig, and Stanwell lead by 6 points to 0. Croeso nôl I chi ble bynnag I chi'n gwylio. Stanwell, ysgol Stanwell y Penarth ar y blaen. 2 gol gosb I Rhys Mottram. So rhif 19 ymlaen I Benwethig yw Iwan Bishop, wrth mlaen yn ganol yr hanner cynta. Replacement for Penwethig, number 19, Ewan Bishop, and there have been one or two replacements since, and we'll catch up with those after referee Turlan Lang decides what to do about that little incident. There'll be a discussion, I dare say, conversation. So no television match official, but the referee's assistant on the far side would have a good view of the incident, the upending incident.
Well, I've seen 2 or 3 of those this weekend, and I've agreed with the ref every time. It's one of those things, penalty, and leave it at that.
Yeah, the first inclination is, of course, we're working back, aren't we, from the ultimate sanction, if you like, of a red card, and looking for mitigating circumstances. But sometimes you've got to say, well, that was a rugby collision.
Yes.
And yes, I saw the same incidents as you probably saw, Keith, over the weekend, and I thought the referee dealt with it professionally and fairly.
Oh, brilliant. Fair dues. You know, at the heat of the moment, things happen, but there was no malice at all on Saturday.
And if I remember rightly, the TMO was overturned.
Now, I like that because sometimes I feel the TMOs should have a cup of tea.
Well, that's another discussion altogether, and knowing who the TMO was as well. Could well have a Twitter comment. So no harm done. Penalty is the decision. That number 13 has been carded. That's Harry Gwyn Jones. So Penwethig down to 14 men.
And that was a very good kick.
Rhys Mottram certainly is a controlling influence in this Stanwell side. Number 20 strolling up to the forwards. There is the replacement, Harry Davis. And some big lads in this Stanwell comprehensive side. Good clean catch. Driving forward, that's Evan Jones, right at the heart of the Penwethig defence, safely into the hands of Mottram. Round the corner they come through Dan Thomas. Julian, the fullback, comes into the line, but again the Penwethig defensive line holds firm. Placement scrum half, that's Iestyn Willis, and over goes Liam Brooks, the prop, for the first try of the match. A well-worked try, but it all stemmed from that initial penalty kick for touch from Rhys Mottram, and some creative play behind, creating the opening eventually for that young man, Liam Brooks, who gets the first try of the match then for Stanwell School Penarth.
Not typical prop try. He had an open space, but they decided to take the last line of defence out. Well done.
So crucial score at the top of the second half for Stanwell School. Rhys Mottram, of course, kicked 2 penalties in the first half, and the second right at the stroke of half-time. And this then to extend his team's lead to 13 points, just outside the opposition 22, almost in midfield. And he makes no mistake again. And suddenly there's daylight between the teams. Stanwell Comprehensive 13, Penwethig yet to open their account. Penwethig need to score next. Any score will do. So scrum, in a promising position here then for Penwethig. Midway between the 22 and 10-metre line of Stanwell. Passing not going to hand, and Steffan Jones in some difficulty. Takes the responsibility upon himself to retain possession and set it up again. Clear Davis, a tight head, looks to get his knees on the ground. This time perhaps on the angle, that's David Llyr-Hywel. Call for early by Lloyd Ellis-Jones. A good counter rucking by Stanwell, and they'll get the penalty.
They did well there.
Exceptional work again, timing the turnover.
Oh, what I like are the two centres with Stanwell. They're there together.
There's a good understanding between them, Keith, isn't there?
Oh, definite.
Dan Thomas at 12 and Ewan Davis at 13. And Dan Thomas, it's just his first game back. He dislocated his toe some time ago. According to the note that I have here, he'll tackle anything. In other words, he'll run into a brick wall.
It's the East version of Ray Gravel.
Well, that's an accolade, certainly. So late into the line-out. Tipped over the top, but it's snapped up by
good recovery.
Iestyn Willis. Pumping the legs, that's Evan Jones taking play almost up to the Penwethig 22 Mottram. Again, Jacob Julian up from fullback. The left winger is over on the right. The pass a little untidy and straight into touch.
The defenses have been very good, both sides. But Stanwell look stronger at the moment.
Iestyn Lawson wins it cleanly for Penwethig, but just as he was saying, Stanwell look the stronger, and physically they look bigger than their opponents. But Penwethig certainly giving a good account of themselves. Not cowed by the opposition. And we were talking about that young man earlier on. The bounce favours Penwethig. Give him a little bit of space. Again, that's better. A little kick into space. Ball bouncing in front of Jacob Julian, but Penwethig are there in numbers, and they will get the penalty. Well, keeping the heads. Well, Steffan Jones was looking at the posts. A little too far, perhaps. It does find touch.
Yes.
So a conversation between the Penwethig forwards, again, just to make sure that everyone is on the same hymn sheet. Caniorin Llyfr. That's always the best ball, isn't it, down the front, if you're unsure whether the accuracy is what you would want it to be.
That's very true.
Penwethig on the front foot, on the Stanwell 22. Jones looking for a weak shoulder somewhere, perhaps creating space out wide. Now then, here's an opportunity for the Aberystwyth school. That's Harry Gwyn Jones taking the play to within 5 meters of the Stanwell line. Steffan Jones, the outside half, taking on the big boys of Stanwell School. He's done well, he's laid the ball back. Well, that's a neat little kick from Dan Davis, the hooker. Almost came off. Well, that tackle needed to be made because Evan Jones was out there and ready to have a run. So that's the best attacking opportunity yet for Penwethig. Thought perhaps that they might have kept the ball in hand. And Stanwell have looked quite capable in their defensive setup as well. Neat little hitch kick. That kick meant for Iwan Morris, the right winger, charged down by Steffan Jones. Now the ball hit him rather than he be charging it down. I can hear in my ears the word composure. I don't know whether you heard it, Keith. Somebody down there on the touchline. A coach, I dare say.
I thought the boy did well, actually. You know, kicking it out from under his own posts. Mind you, somebody needs to talk to Dan Davis from Penwethig. You know, hookers aren't there to kick the ball ahead.
Fair attempt at it, mind.
But it was a very good kick.
Almost came off. Steffan Jones again, eyeing up the opposition, looking to open the door for Euros Lloyd. And they're plugging away, in fairness to them. It's a great opportunity for these youngsters. That's Will Thomas, who's on wearing 16. Jones again, taking more responsibility in this second half. And again, putting Penwethig on the front foot. Stanwell should have no problem in clearing their lines here, though. Any number of forwards there shouldering the responsibility. Evan Jones. He'll set you a platform every time. It's Ethan Newman, one of the replacements on for Penarth. Mottram. Oh, good work by the outside half, and he's still going inside his 22, up over the 10-metre line. He got support on the inside from Evan Jones, might not need it. Will he go all the way, I wonder? Mottram from behind his own try line. One more effort, reaching out. He's there, he's got it. Well, that's one of the best tries you'll ever see scored here at the Principality Stadium. Rhys Mottram from behind his own goal line ran the length of the field and has extended Stanwell's lead to 18 points. A brilliant individual solo effort from the Stanwell outside half.
That was out of this world, fair dues to him, because he doesn't look the fastest on the field, but he did move then. Dummy, sidestep.
Yeah, well, he is the man that likes the odd brownie for his pre-match prep meal. Well, who am I to say otherwise? So when the coffee does come up, I'll have a brownie, please. Great effort from Rhys Mottram.
Brilliant, actually, wasn't it? How long is the rugby field?
Well, it's about 110 metres.
There were. That says a lot about that run.
In old money, Keith, I'm not sure. Well, that's created a buzz. I'm not saying around the ground because all the supporters are on the far side, but it certainly created a buzz here in the commentary box, that's for sure. Almost had Keith Phillips on his feet for a while there.
Oh no, you don't get that.
So the conversion attempt from the touchline, just inches short. And another 10 seconds breather perhaps, and it'd have got there. But he will live on that for a while to come, I dare say, will Rhys Mottram.
So will the coach Dan Connor.
Indeed, ambling back to his own 22. Second try for Stanwell takes his team out to 18 points without response, and further replacements being made. Substitutions rather. Rhys Mottram certainly enjoying his day in the sun. Stanwell have taken their opportunities, but that was a solo effort from Rhys Mottram. Jacob Julian in the outside half position sends that one way downtown. And can Penwether get a score from somewhere? If the score is going to come, it's going to come courtesy of that young man, Steffan Jones. Kick to nowhere. Jacob Julian, eyes up, looks to send it back to where it came. But it's a penalty for offside against Stanwell. Good effort to prevent any damage being done by Iestyn Lawson. He's taken a ball to the face, I think.
Yes, he's winded.
I should imagine there might be a tear or two if he had a bang on the nose. Can't think of nothing much worse than on a rugby field than being smacked in the nose by a ball that's travelling at a fair old lick. He's holding his nose. I think there might be a drop or two of claret there.
The physio's taking his time.
Yeah, it might be that he's the man holding the tray of brownies. That's the Penwether trainer.
Yeah. All the way from Talabont.
Yeah.
The time he took to get there.
So the first game of the day, Keith, and we've been well rewarded really, haven't we? We've not been disappointed.
I've really enjoyed it, I've got to be honest with you. It's cold here, but on the field it's very, very warm, and both sides deserve credit.
They certainly do, and we're looking ahead. Obviously, you mentioned the final game of the day, the Under-18s Male Spirit of Youth Cup final. That'll be played between Christ College Brecon and Ysgol-Gyfun Ystalfera. That'll be the highlight of the day for you, Clive, Keith.
Well, I've seen both sides. I saw Vera in the quarterfinals and then Christ College in the semis. They're two good sides. Well, and I wouldn't like to pick. I've got to say Ystalfera. They're only a mile away, but I wouldn't like to put money on either side today.
Ysgol Ystalfera, broad here. We better have you back in the commentary box for that one then, Clive. Keith.
Are we going home for that one?
Well, make sure you tune in to YouTube, WIU TV, and you'll be able to see the game live.
Always been a coward. But no, they've got good sides, good coaches, and I think we'll all be pleased.
So we look forward to that one. Penwether round the front looking for their first try of the match. That was Gerwyn Jones who took the opportunity. He thought he'd spotted a gap. And this is Will Thomas. Penwether need a little bit more beef behind this effort. It might yet come. This is better. The centre, Rhys Willis-Jones, ran into a whole pack of trouble there. And still banging away though, Will Thomas. Short by half a metre perhaps. Steffan Jones, neat little step from the outside half. Ball is available. Owen Pugh needed a little more aggression perhaps. This time, around the corner they go again. Ball lost in midfield, and here comes Stanwell again. No, do they? Yes, they do. And that is Iwan Davis, the outside centre. So Stanwell have weathered that storm. And there's no way through for Penwether at the moment as Mottram sends it high and wide. And the chasing is good.
Yes.
Just nudged forward, perhaps.
That's what you call good defence.
Very good, very solid.
Attack straight away.
Yeah, turning defence into attack.
Oh yes.
And that's how we saw the fantastic try for Rhys Mottram. So Penwethig, just to remind you, still down to 14 men. So midway through then the second half, and no sooner have I mentioned the yellow card than Penwethig are back to 15. Well, Penwethig certainly have had their opportunities. And can they convert one of those opportunities here, perhaps? Oh, good run from Harry Gwyn-Jones, couldn't find his colleague inside. And Stanwell have snaffled the ball. Well, it's back to Jacob Julian, and at last it's a try for Penwethig. The referee's arm is extended and it's claimed by Lloyd Ellis-Jones for Ysgol Gyfun Gymunedol Penwethig. Well, you've got to take your chances. They haven't come often for Penwethig. Leo ddim wedi dod yn amal iawn, ond Lloyd Ellis-Jones sydd yn rhoi nhw ar y sgorfwrdd ac i ddod â pharchusrwydd i'r sgôr. Stanwell 19, Penwethig 5 a'r trosiad i ddod.
Ni'n credu bydd y cefnwr yn siomedig â hwnna, yn cymryd lywer gomor amser i gico pel.
So Lloyd Ellis-Jones finally manages to claim a score for Penwethig and a reward for perseverance. And that'll certainly give them confidence. But they've stuck at it, in fairness.
What I do is they deserve something out of this game.
Because when you look at the respective packs, for instance, Keith, but for that metre rule at the scrum, I think, you know, Stanwell probably would have gained more possession.
Yes.
Because they're more physical and bigger units, as they say. It's a fair attempt. That's a very good attempt. Excellent kick from Steffan Jones. Adding the conversion of Lloyd Ellis-Jones's try. Stanwell, Penarth 18, Penwethig, Aberystwyth 7.
No, when they push in the scrum, sometimes I understand the ruling. But then when they get a rolling ball, they can push the other side all around the field. It doesn't make sense. Any more than does the rolling ball, in fact, because you know, you've got people in front of the ball carrier, and at any other time during the game, that's an offence, that's an offside. It's legal cheating. We could talk about the rules all day. Oh yes, Keith. That's true. So Penwethig, they've had a taste of scoring. It's a neat, provocative little kick from Steffan Jones, and again it's worked out well for them. Or has it? He's got his hand up for something. Denied. The penalty goes against Penwethig. A hint of a protest from Penwethig there. And Mottram, you look to punish them even further. And to take play deep into the Penwethig 22. He's a solid influence on the whole Stanwell team. He is, isn't he? He's a controlling influence. Yeah. It's a good team performance, but with him behind them.
Yeah, they know that they can trust him, well, to get them out of trouble for one thing, as he did when he scored that try.
Yeah.
And just as we were talking there a few minutes ago, the catch and drive, of course, Stanwell here can use their power and the physicality. They're not getting their own way here. It's Lewis Ellis-Jones, Lloyd Ellis-Jones rather, in with the counter. Mottram sends it out into midfield, well read though by the Penwethig defence, taking out Sam Edmonds, the replacement. Stanwell centre.
And gets a mistake from the Penwethig player. He seems to have all the time in the world, that outside half, Mottram.
Doesn't he? So number 18 is Ethan Newman. Number 17, that's Louis Gwatkins, who's on. Charlie Wheatley wears 19, but Evan Jones is still there. In the middle of that front row now is Kai Sullivan, wearing 16. Jones will pick up. Lost the ball in the tackle. Snapped up by Harry Davis. Wide out on the left. And the Stanwell players behind the scrum stretched across the field. Mottram. Here he goes again. Wins another 5 to 10 metres. But Penwethig
are very weary of him now.
Very weary. But the third man in, I think, there went off his feet and straight to ground.
It's a good kick.
That's a relieving kick. So some 10 to 12 minutes remaining. The gap is 2 scores. Still time. A flash of inspiration is what we need, Keith, from Penwethig here.
Oh, definite.
And if it's going to come from that lively outside half, Steffan Jones.
Well, I keep on waiting for him, actually, but...
Let's see. This time, perhaps. He's got space. Puts the ball in behind the defence, but the bounce is kind for Ieuan Harris. Good following up there from Eros Lloyd, the fullback. And who's back covering that? Steffan Jones. The Stanwell players are comfortable with ball in hand.
Yes. Oh, I say that, doesn't it?
Always happens, Keith. Always happens.
Put the kibosh on him.
Yes, commentators curse every time.
But no, you were right. They look very comfortable on the ball. They've made mistakes, but at this stage it's going to take some performance from Penwethig to come back and win.
It certainly is, but we've seen some dramatic finishes here over the last few days.
Yes.
At all levels of the game, and it's had us at the edge of our seats at times. Lead step. Quick ball. Good passing here. Harry Gwyn-Jones throws the ball back inside.
Oh, that was good rugby.
That final pass, not quite going to hand. It's happened once or twice for Penwethig. Just, well, in prominent and promising positions.
You would never say that these two teams are the third tier from today's performance.
No, certainly not.
But I've enjoyed watching them.
So coming up next will be the male Vars final between Scolbro Presalie, as it's known now, Scola Presalie, until last week. I think it's a community.
Until today, actually.
Until today, yes.
They were christened this morning.
That's right. Community school, Ysgol Gymunedol erbyn hyn.
Yeah.
Against the second string of Coleg Sir Gar.
Another team I've seen this year. That should be interesting.
Yes, when you consider that Coleg Sir Gar has been a magnet, if you like, for students from Pembroke and from Cardiganshire as well in the past, and that's been a bone of contention.
But they did they did have a lot of players going to Pembrokeshire College in Haverfordwest.
That's right, yes.
Didn't really come off. No,
there were 2 or 3 of, I remember a few years ago, of Presalie pupils in the Sir Gar setup. And they are now playing for the semi-professional clubs.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Sir Gar have, been a great advert for rugby in the West.
They certainly have. Away goes Llyr Davies back on the pitch for the second time. It's not his fault. His colleagues are a little bit slow in arriving. And every prop will tell you that, Keith.
As an ex-prop win.
Yes. I appeared once in the Hong Kong Sevens rugby program. The commentator Wyn Griffith, the former Wales B prop, but that was the author applying far more artistic license than he should have. There we are. Happy days. I did replace our prop once in a game, and I think it was down in Tredegar, and I saw the whole of the Sir Howe Valley. He's popped out of the scrum so often. Good support here for the Stanwell Comprehensive, and they are in the ascendancy as we approach the final few minutes of the opening match here on Tuesday. The senior schools and colleges group under 18s between Stanwell Comprehensive and Penwethig Aberystwyth. 2 teams from Penwethig appear during the finals week. We had 1 team in the junior section yesterday, so it all goes well certainly for Penwethig, and all credit to them.
They've defended well, Penwethig, but because looking at the Stanwell boys in the backs in particular, they're very big.
And I feel just with a few minutes left, there's another score in this game, and it's a big old pitch, isn't it, for these youngsters? And it's not as soft, perhaps, underfoot as some pitches where they played. So it takes a lot out of the legs.
Well, I spoke to the referee before the game, and he felt it was like concrete.
Well, it's been watered a few times, certainly, over the last few days, and he needs to with so many games being played over a period of 8 days. Oh, nice step again. Lovely work. Accuracy not quite there. Leo de Souza Davis is the replacement wearing 23. That's Dan Davis. I think it was his cross-field kick earlier on that almost led to a Penwethig try. There he is back at full-back now, covering. Steffan Jones can't get away. And Penwethig pegged back in their own 22. Not much that Dan Davis can do. Well, he was aiming for touch, I think. Mottram, will he send it wide? A little dab through. And ball sits up for David Llyr Howell, isolated for a split second, but his colleagues have arrived in numbers. Steffan Jones hoofs it downfield, but the referee was waiting for advantage. He felt that there wasn't sufficient advantage on that occasion. It's rolling subs, isn't it, Keith, as far as I can see?
I think so. Nobody seems to be counting anyway.
So long as there are no more than 15 on the pitch at one time. And it's good to see the whole squad getting an opportunity. At least they can say that they played.
This is a big occasion for both. How many teams we got this afternoon? 8.
What do you like is that there isn't a player here that's been overawed by the occasion.
No.
And the support has been good from the East stand. So another penalty goes the way of Penwethig here. Steffan Jones looks to get his hands on the ball and will look to put it down deep into the Stanwell 22. Touch judge following the ball into touch. So let's see whether Penwethig can finish with a flourish here and close that gap to 1 score.
It would be nice for them.
Which is no more than they deserve, if only for their efforts. But then again,
they've worked really hard, especially the second half when things looked very bad for them.
Once Mottram scored that second try, you felt at that time that Stanwell might well have run away with it. But in fairness, Penwethig have stuck to their task and they'll get a scrum here. In a promising position, some 15 metres in from touch and some 20 metres out perhaps from the Stanwell try line. So Owen Pugh just had a quick word with Steffan Jones, and he in turn having a quiet word with Rhys Willets-Jones at inside centre as to what they might get up to. But first of all, you need to win your scrums. So number 18 on for Penwethig, that's Ruben Meany.
It's a good idea. Every player gets a chance.
Yes, there's nothing worse than knowing that you're in the squad and looking ahead in anticipation on the bus and enjoying and joining in all the fun, and then to be denied an opportunity to run onto the hallowed turf of the Principality Stadium.
Must be heartbreaking for men, let alone youngsters like this.
Yeah, especially when you're getting paid for appearance.
That's true. That's very true.
So Mottram kicks it high into the stand, so that suggests that the final whistle is about to be blown, and indeed it has. And Stanwell Comprehensive School in Penarth are the winners of the opening match on the Tuesday here at the Principality Stadium, the male plate final, and they've defeated Ysgol Gymunedol Penwethig from Aberystwyth by 18 points to 7. They came here with high hopes probably of posting a high score against Penwethig, but indeed Penwethig stuck to their task, and but for the try from that man, Rhys Mottram, from the end of the world, so to speak, from coast to coast, the score might have been a little bit closer. But all credit to both teams in what has been an entertaining game. But it's finished with a win for the local side here from across the bay, Stanwell Comprehensive School in Penarth. 18, Ysgol Gymunedol Penwethig Aberystwyth 7.
And very deserved, I thought. In the end, they were a better side.
And the game played in good spirit.
Yes, and this is what I like at the end. Both sides clapping each other off, which you don't find in many sports.
So the loudest cheer of the day for the Stanwell Comprehensive School students from their peers in the East Stand. And they've seen their team come out on top in the Senior Schools and Colleges Group Under 18s in the plate final.
And they're well supported, aren't they?
They certainly are. It's a marvellous sight to see so many young people in the stand. Parents as well, of course, and relatives, brothers, sisters, and many more probably at school tuning in on YouTube also. Stay with us on YouTube. WIU TV, Ysgol Presalie against the second string of Coleg Sirgar coming up next in the male Vars final. And that will kick off at 13:35 if we are to stick to the timings. Or it might be a few minutes later than that possibly. But for the moment, let's congratulate again Stanwell Comprehensive School from Penarth. So the presentation committee gets set to present the medals and the trophy itself.
And the presentation party is made up, what I can see, Stevie Scoggs, Secretary Di Davis, Treasurer Ian Packer, and the Chairman Adrian Davis. 4 guys who work very hard for the Welsh schools. I've got to say that because they've got to pay my expenses.
It's an important committee, that's for sure, to ensure that we have the representation that we've seen over the last few days here at the Principality Stadium. It's no small feat really to arrange the competition, especially this past year with all the problems that there have been with COVID, and it's still prevalent, of course, in our schools, even now at this late stage.
As a tradition would have it, the schools always present the match officials first of all, then 2 coaches from both schools, and then the players, of course.
Yeah, so it's Padraig Turland Lang, Adrian Harris and Andrew Perks. And we must have the obligatory photographs, mustn't we?
I would like to know why we're giving them an envelope.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
And a tie. And the proud players of Stanwell Comprehensive acknowledging the support that they've had from their school peers, and they can be well pleased with themselves and a job well done.
And it's the turn of the school coaches being presented by Adrian Davis with glass tankards.
No expense spared here, Keith.
Ask the treasurer, I just picked them up.
Nice looking medals, and all the players, of course, will get the medals. The finalists as well as the winners.
Oh, that's the coach, Dan Connor.
Yes, we've mentioned the players, we've mentioned the referees, but we must mention the coaches as well, who give of their time.
Oh yes, you know, you can have good players, a good side, for example Sirgar or Glantave, but you must also have dedicated coaches to be with the boys.
Very true.
With a massive round of applause to our runners-up, collecting their medals being led by their captain, Iwan Morris. A huge round of applause.
So Iwan Morris is the captain of Penwethig. It'd be worth keeping these team sheets, I think, for future reference, Keith.
I still do it. I've got old programs in the house. Well, one goes back to 1927. But I love looking at the old school's handbooks. For example, Phil Bennett here. You know, I look at Phil and see half those signs disappeared. But there are other guys then who've come through less at the moment, I think, because we got less senior schools.
Well, yes.
I love looking back.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we see schools combining, don't we, and teams combining as well. And we saw, for instance, Lampeter Youth here on Saturday, and there a handful of Aberaeron rugby club players in their ranks as well, which is good. Get a team out on the field, that's the most important thing.
Oh, definitely.
And they acquitted themselves well. They came up short in the end against Llandaff, 26-24, denied right at the final minute. Heartbreak for them. So Stanwell Comprehensive received their medals. Their captain Evan Jones, the number 8, and prominent, not just for the red headgear, but for any number of solid runs from the base of the scrum. So here is the moment that Stanwell Comprehensive have been waiting for. They were favourites coming into this final, and they didn't disappoint, and it's Evan Jones to receive the trophy. And following the obligatory photograph, we'll hoist it in the air, no doubt. And there it is, as we congratulate Stanwell Comprehensive School from Penarth. They are the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Senior Group Plate winners for 2021-2022. And a final scoreline which reads Stanwell 18, Ysgol Gyfun Gymunedol Penwethig from Aberystwyth 7. We're back live here at the Principality Stadium in Cardiff for the second match on the Tuesday in the Welsh Secondary Schools senior category, senior schools and colleges group, and the game coming up shortly will be that between Presalie Lineup in Pembrokeshire and the second string of Coleg Sir Gar in Llanelli for the Vars. That is the tournament that they are playing for, the secondary tournament today. And it promises to be an exciting competition between the two well-matched educational establishments. So due to the impact of COVID during the autumn of 2021, the Welsh Rugby Union needed to reorganise the qualification process as fewer schools were able to participate. But coming through to the final, Ysgol Presalie in Crymych and Coleg Sir Gar. Ysgol Presalie Crymych a Coleg Sir Gar sydd wedi trwyddo i'r rownd derfynol, y llester, y cawg neu'r fas, galwch chi ddim byth fynwch chi. Ond mae'r ddoi dîm, yr un mor benerfynol o gael ei dwylo arni beth bynnag yw ei siapi. Felly, gawn ni weld sut mae'r tîmau yn sefyll. Let's have a look at the respective teams. First of all, the Presalie lineup, Ptolemy Alain at 1, Gad Brown, Dylan Castle, the front rowers, Kyle Day, Stefan Morris at lock forward. Kai Evans, Yori Morgan and Iestyn Wood form the back row. Griff Edwards and Charlie Phillips start at halfbacks. Dylan Brown on the left wing, George Jones and Owain Davis at centre. Dayan Davis on the right with Yori Lewis at fullback. And to come off the bench, Harley Young, Joel Davis, Neirin Vaughan, Harry Harris, Hugh Reid, Jake Newt, Elliot Evans and Iestyn Doble. And for Coleg Sir Gar, based at the Graig campus in Llanelli, George Rossiter, Finlay Thomas and David Jones. The front rowers, Jack Stone, Sean Wells. At lock forward, Jay Randawa, Carwyn Lynch and Dom Hammett form the back row. At halfback, it's Cian Jones and Harry Thomas. Will James on the left wing, Gabe MacDonald, Tian Evans at centre, David Thomas on the right wing with Stefan Evans completing the 15-man lineup. And to come off the bench, we've got Nathan Fisher, Dylan Myler, Lewis Dyke and Jacob Cole, Kyle North, Dylan, but Thomas Brychan, Lewis and Ocean Beb Worrell. Those are the teams as they prepare to enter the fray from the tunnel, from the bowels of the East Stand into the bright sunshine of the Principality Stadium. So joining me again for this one is Keith Phillips from the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Committee. Keith, this one promises to be quite an interesting encounter again. Some of the West Walians from the Crymych area, they've worn the shirt of Coleg Sir Gar before now, so they'll know each other quite well, some of these boys, I should think.
They should know each other, and both schools have been in the finals before. They're hotbeds of rugby. I've got to give credit to people like Iros and Lee in Llanelli and Gethin Vob and Mark Lloyd in Presalie, guys who really work hard for rugby in those areas.
Yeah, Presalie have been here in 2014 and 2018, I think it was, and they hope to go one better this year as the teams enter. Coleg Sir Gar on the left and Ysgol Presalie, Ysgol Bro Presalie as from today, Ysgol Gyfun Gymunedol.
They were christened Bro Presalie this morning.
There we are, and cater for the educational needs of the students from not only North Pembrokeshire but certainly from the south of the county as well, from what used to be known as Little England beyond Wales, but not anymore, because any number of students beyond the Lanska, that imaginary line between North and South Pembrokeshire as it's called, well, they've made the transition up north for their education. So Coleg Sir Gar it is then to kick off, and the referee for this match is Ieuan Brew, and he's supported by Rhys Curtis and Andrew Samuel. Safely gathered in. Scrum half for Presalie is Griff Edwards, shielded and getting the kick away as far as Stefan Evans, the Sirgar fullback. Neat little step into Presalie territory. Number 7, that's Carwyn Lynch. Sirgar penalised for holding on to the ball. Now into penalty, going Sculla Presalie's way. Presalie, well, they lost to Llanishen High School in the Cup final of 2014 by 2 points, having led at half-time, if I remember rightly, and lost to Ysgol Bryn Teg, Bridgend 1910 in the Cup final of 2018. So every 4 years, it seems, Sculla Presalie make it to the final. And Sirgar, of course, well, a dedicated rugby academy of Llanelli RFC. Euros Evans is also the coach of Llandyfri RFC in the Welsh Rugby Union Championship. A keen competition for the ball early on as Kai Evans takes it up almost to the Sirgar 22. Options left and right here for the, well, I was going to say West Walians, but they're both West Walians. Kyle Day sets it up. A hint of a half gap around the fringes. And this time it's Presalie who are penalised for holding on.
Seems to be more noise on the field.
Yeah, rather subdued in the stands. Presalie have a good support, I can see, over in the east stand.
And unfortunately, Sirgar, as usual, one man and his dog.
I seem to remember that when Presalie were here in 2014, I think it was, that the whole school closed for the day because it's the first day of the new term today.
That's true, but it's quite a few over there.
Yeah, it's been an early start probably for them. So Sirgar reducing the numbers at the line out, just inside their own 10-metre line. All over the head of Cian Jones, the scrum half. But order's been restored. Nice pass from Harry Thomas, the outside half, bringing in Stefan Evans up from fullback. And here's a chance then for Coleg Sirgar. Away goes Sean Wells, the lock forward. Momentum lost for a split second there. Dom Hammett, big and strong number 8 forward. Referee on the spot. Was the ball spilt forward? No, play on, says the referee, looking to work a man on the wide outside, but back inside it's Jack Stone who goes over for the opening score for Coleg Sirgar.
Well taken try there by Jack. And good rugby leading up to it.
Yes, the patient build-up. It looked as if the ball was going to come out wide to the wing three-quarter. But good following up by Jack Stone, and he gets Coleg Sirgar onto the scoreboard early on in this Vars final. And you can see, Keith, the difference in physical attributes of these two teams as opposed to the two teams we saw in the third-tier competition earlier on.
Oh, it's, you know, physicality and the speed, I suppose.
So Stefan Evans, difficult kick for a left-footed kicker on this side of the field. Just sees the effort drift wide of the far upright, so the score remains at 5-0 in favour of Coleg Sirgar. Tackle coming in from Yori Morgan, the Presalie flank forward. As Shirgar come again, and Stefan Evans, the fullback, has seen a fair amount of ball in the opening few minutes. Good interplay, Jay Randawa. Here's the man wearing 6. Safely into the hands of Kian Jones again, and see the forwards now, the two prop forwards in midfield, Rossiter and David Jones, and Coleg Shirgar full of running early on. Evans again appearing on the right this time. Good solid tackling, but relentless pressure coming from the college side. Carwyn Lynch, wearing 7, just loses the ball forward there.
They made that look effortless. One side of the field to the other. Let the ball do the work.
Yeah, clearly well drilled, and I suspect that there are some training sessions each and every day down there at Coleg Shirgar. As I was saying, it is a dedicated rugby academy, and some powerful young men in that Shirgar scrum.
And I suppose this is the only game they've got left for silverware. The first had a disappointing season this year.
Yeah, they've certainly been the flag bearers for West Wales in the past. The Coleg Shirgar, when the Schools and Colleges League started back in 2012, I think it was. Shirgar coming again, full of running. Tian Evans, and this is Gabe MacDonald into the Presalie 22, weaving his way towards the try line. Well, he had a lot of work to do when he got the ball in his hands, but my goodness me, what an effort that was.
An individual try, but unfortunately I don't think the Presalie boys were up to the defence anyway.
And they're just coming back, of course, from school holidays. And they've probably been training in the interim, but it's a tough ask of them, it has to be said.
I really think they're overawed. You look at their faces.
Mind you, they made us sterner stuff down there in and around the Presalie Hills, but they've got their work cut out here. They trail by 10.
I've got to agree with you. My wife's family comes from Rosebush, near Main Clochog, so I don't say anything about Pembrokeshire.
Roscoch.
Roscoch, yeah.
That's a better effort from Stefan Evans. He got the measure of that kick, didn't he, with the earlier conversion attempt. So Shirgar are out to 12 points to 0. And I better stick my hand up here as well, Keith. Presalie is my former school, my alma mater, many moons ago, but I'm glad to see that they still retain that burgundy, that maroon shirt, which I was very proud of in my day, as indeed these youngsters are.
Well, there's nothing like it, is it? Looking back at your old school and seeing the modern day Presalie boys out there.
Yeah, well, when I was in school, I remember our international representative at that time, the school's representative was Selwyn Williams.
Oh, that's an Ellie scrum half.
That's right. There was the first game of rugby I ever saw, was Selwyn playing for Wales Schools. I think it was against Yorkshire Schools, and that was down at the Talbot Athletic in Aberafan.
He was a clever scrum half, wasn't he?
Certainly was. And the most recent international from Presalie, of course, now plays for Italy. Stephen Varney at scrum half. And we could wax lyrical about Brian Williams, Kevin Phillips and John Davis until the cows come home. So 12 points to 0. Deuddeg I ddim I Coleg Shirgar dros Ysgol y Presalie. Kick downfield, straight down the throat of Harry Thomas. David Thomas, neat step inside, breaks the first tackle. At Shirgar, look, they're there in numbers. David Jones, the tight head prop forward. And Kian Jones had to dig deep for that one. And Harry Thomas sends a long kick downfield. Now let's see what Presalie can do with ball in hand. He's a tricky customer. Charlie Phillips, it may have been, didn't quite get his number. If it was 10, then he was the outside half. Presalie take play into the Coleg Sirgar half with ball in hand. This is better. They're hitting the straps at last. Building in confidence. To the narrow side they go then. Up from full-back. This is good stuff from Iori Lewis. That's much better from Ysgol Presalie.
That should boost their confidence.
It certainly will, because they know of the pedigree of this Coleg Sirgar outfit, and knew that it was going to be a tough task. But once they settle down, they've got some players that can pose problems for their opponents. Finlay Thomas looking for the jumpers and finds Jack Stone, the first try scorer for Coleg Sirgar. Looking to swim through the line out there was Iestyn Wood, the Presalie number 8. A loud blast there on the referee's whistle for offside by the looks of it. We certainly moved up, as if we moved up a weight category as well as an age category.
Oh, the bigger boys, there's no doubt about it.
And these boys will look to create an impression, certainly, and have eyes on professional contracts, you should think.
Quite a few of them, actually.
And then, of course, when you look and you consider that they are playing down there in Llanelli, and you can't fathom why Llanelli RFC are at the bottom of the Welsh Premier League.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Oh, great run there from the Coleg Sirgar centre, Gabe MacDonald, and it has to be said, some weak tackling as well from Presalie. And a third try for Coleg Sirgar. And we're not midway through the first half as yet. And they're out to 17 points to 0.
Yes, Presalie's defence needs to be looked at. Gabe Thomas looks like a very exciting player for the future.
Certainly does. Stefan Evans, left-footed, should have no problem with that one, and the flags are in the air. Coleg Sirgar out to 19 points without response. It's a well-placed kick from the restart. Presalie out at half, giving his forwards a half chance of getting to the kick, but it's won cleanly back by Sirgar, and here they come again through the try scorer Gabe MacDonald. Again, the needle pass back inside, and Coleg Sirgar are running away with this one. Stefan Evans this time. 2 tries in as many minutes for the Llanelli-based outfits, and they're out over the 20-point mark.
It's a little bit too easy at the moment, isn't it? You know, the Presalie boys look younger, smaller, and shocked.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mismatch, isn't it?
Yes, definite.
And it shows really the benefit of having an academy, and you have to compliment Sirgar. They can only play what's in front of them.
In front of them, yes, that's definite. But it makes you wonder then why Llanelli are doing so badly.
Well, you brought it up this time. 26 points to nil then for Coleg Sirgar. But these are the conundrums, aren't they? You know, when we're talking about Welsh rugby in general, why is this happening, and why Llanelli, who've been you know, at the top of rugby over the years and are synonymous with the best in Welsh rugby, why are they languishing at the bottom of the Premier Division?
There's something wrong somewhere.
Now we leave it at that, perhaps, for now.
Oh no, I'll go down to Swansea as well.
Well, yes, of course, but it's good to see the likes of Llandovery and Carmarthen Quinns and others besides.
They've got a lot of time for Llandovery. You know, when they were refused promotion and they had financial help from the WIO and they put it into the ground. Their facilities are fantastic. And they're not too bad on the field either, are they?
They're pretty good, but when you look at these clubs and the clubs that have been represented here over the last few days, the youth, I thought about the youth finals in particular, all of them well-run clubs, no debts, you know, paying their way, and with minis, with junior sides, and with girls and ladies sides as well, anything up to 15 teams turning out over the weekend, and you know, you then ask yourself why there are problems here and there further up the ladder.
Huge problems, huge gaps.
So just 26 points to nil. That's where we're at in this match. And a yellow card dispatched to the Coleg Sirgar, Cian Jones. So they are down to 14 men. So let's see whether Presalie can take advantage here. The scrum half, their scrum half is in the line out. And it's Kai Evans standing back at the scrum half. And there was a prepared move, I think, there in the offing, but it didn't quite come off because it's an untidy ball. This time, perhaps, it's the number 8, Iestyn Wood, who has a goal. Back on the narrow side again, looking for the runners, and that's the hooker, Gad Brown. This is better from Presalie. If they can get a score here, then that'll give them a huge boost and a load of confidence as well. Standing a metre away was Iestyn Wood, and he's hurled back in the tackle by two Coleg Sirgar players. Confident in their defence, and it's a capable defensive set, a well-organised defensive set across field by the men in blue. Edwards. That's Ptolemy Allen. It's that last pass.
That looked promising then.
It did, certainly. For a second, it came very close. Still more work to do. Sirgar looked for a second as if they had turned the ball over, but it's still there. And slow ball won't go far. Again, it's Ptolemy Allen to use his weight and power. Edwards, the scrum half. Now they need support. Quick ball. Dug out by Charlie Phillips. Iestyn Wood. Jack Stone gets his hand on the ball, or a finger perhaps. Presalie plugging away on the ball, ripped from this grasp and looking to break out of their 22. It looks promising for the right winger of Coleg Sirgar, David Thomas, over the 10-metre line. Back inside, the support is good from Tian Evans from one end of the field to the other. Just as Presalie looked as if they were going to get a score, Coleg Sirgar down to 14 men, but they claim yet another try, which takes them out to 31 points without response and a conversion to come.
Oh, that was shocking then. You know, Presalie looked like scoring, and then Sirgar break away and score a length of the field try again. Must be heartbreaking.
Yeah, nothing ticking, nothing going right at the moment for Ysgol Presalie.
Nothing at all. Dim o gwbl.
Stefan Evans adds another 2-pointer. Suddenly the score is out to 33 points to 0, and we've not arrived at half-time yet. Blue skies above, but dark clouds above the Presalie boys in the first half of this Vase final. Loose ball. Picked up by the outside half, Harry Thomas. George Rossiter was a willing workhorse. And that's a well-placed kick from Stefan Evans, finding his opposite number, Yori Lewis. Presalie managed to retain possession on halfway. This is Kai Evans. He's gone through the ranks up to the Scarlets under 18s. Slowly but surely, Presalie pressing forward, looking for that elusive score. And the best they'll get here will be a penalty. Quickly taken. Again, look how comfortable Sirgar are in their defensive setup. Waiting for a mistake perhaps to come their way. Creeping forward. Yeah, one step too far perhaps. The tackle had been completed. So the penalty goes against Ysgol Presalie.
That was a bit harsh, wasn't it?
Just a little. The rules are the rules, and they're being applied by the referee, Ian Brew. So some attention needed to the Presalie fullback, I think. So Jake Newt comes on for Presalie in place of Stefan Morris. And Coleg Sirgar still down to 15 men. And those young people in the stand have nothing to cheer about so far, not much to cheer about, certainly the Presalie supporters.
You could think they were ready to sit an exam.
Yes, indeed.
And if they're feeling depressed, think about the players. I feel sorry for Presalie at the moment.
Yes, they're trying to play an attractive style of rugby, but they're being thwarted at each and every attempt. They're being out-muscled by the Coleg Sirgar outfit. Again, no sooner that the ball was brought to ground that the forwards were gathered around the ball carrier, and the breakout from the hooker, Finlay Thomas, takes play into the Presalie 22 once again. And they're queuing up outside, taken up initially by Sean Wells at lock forward. Stone is there. The referee right on the spot to award the penalty. Third man in, perhaps it was, going off his feet. We're not party to the communication between the referee and the players, so unless there's a distinct indication of the discrepancy of the mistake of the penalty with the hands, then we have to resort to guesswork.
I think it was somebody going over the top again.
So Coleg Sirgar back to a full complement of 15. Joel Davis comes on for Presalie in place of Dylan Castle at tight head. I'm not sure that was meant to go to the back of the line-out. Kai Evans sets off. Well, we can say that the referee is consistent.
Yes.
The penalty goes one way, then it goes to the other side for the same offence. Oh, Stefan Evans, that's a killer punch again for Presalie, isn't it? Pinning them back deep in their own 22. You can't see progress somehow being made from the Presalie standpoint, because at each and every attempt they're thwarted and they're repelled by the more physical Coleg Sirgar outfit. Palm down, but quickly snapped up though, as Presalie look to break downfield. And this time they seem to be well organised out in the back line.
There's not much you can do about that.
Not much, not much. Trying a little too hard perhaps, and they were lining up on the outside.
And he goes the other way.
And perhaps the idea was to take the ball to the touchline and then use the width of the field. Instead of which, they're facing another line out. And again, the forwards go about their task, linking up with the backs. Dangerous runners, Gabe McDonald. Well, they're not having it all their own way. Phillips, the Presalie outside half. Edwards, the scrum half. Evans at flank forward. Look how quickly the Coleg Sirgar boys are up from that defensive line. Well, this looks promising.
Much better.
So let's see whether something will come of it. The ball lost forward, was it? The pass slightly forward as well. That's been the story of the first half, isn't it? When Presalie had the ball in hand, that last pass has gone astray. Diane Davis is a man wearing 14. Good shove coming through from Presalie on that occasion. Try and compete. It's all pretty quiet around the Principality Stadium as Presalie still plug away, and still they knock back in the tackle. And play on. For a second I thought perhaps the referee is going to allow play to go on, but the initial knock on was from a Shergar player, so Presalie will get the put in at the scrum.
No, it looks like Shergar are just taking things easy, keep the defence going, let Presalie run out of steam, I suppose.
It's difficult, isn't it, when you're 33 points ahead? You've got to keep playing. I mean, when you consider the All Blacks, you know, they're relentless, aren't they? It doesn't matter, you know, what they got up against them. They can only play, as we said before, what's in front of them.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
But there can be a tendency for a team that's so far ahead to rest on their laurels.
That's a lovely break.
At last, then, a chance here if the ball does stick. Dayan Davis had to reach for that one, and the line at his mercy. Good angle. Now then, Presalie have the bit between their teeth. Kai Evans, head down, can he get there? The arms are in the air. There's one arm though that stayed down, and that belongs to the referee. But that's the best attacking effort from Presalie in this first half. Looking to break their duck, not quite managing it. So Coleg Shergar will drop out from their own try line.
The referee seems to be having a load of discussions with his assistants. That's the third or fourth time in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the referee's assistant did see. Was it an offence? I wonder. The referee having a word with Charlie Phillips, the Presalie outside half. It's a long discussion. Okay. Well, that's the upshot of it all, is that
Shergar
offside. So the forwards to take it up again. Denied a minute or so ago. So let's see whether Presalie can get a score before the break. Iori Morgan goes to ground. Out it comes on the narrow side for the centre. Owain Davis. Picked up, and the drive comes from Kai Evans again, and yet another penalty. Well, Shergar have already seen one yellow card. They have to be careful here. Oh, this is better. That was a great little ploy. Well, that'll give them some confidence. Certainly, they're on the scoreboard at last. They've been under the cosh for the greater part of this opening half. It's Iestyn Wood who gets Presalie onto the scoreboard with a conversion to come. The quick pass there from Griff Edwards, and a lovely angle from Iestyn Wood who took him to the try line.
That was well worth waiting for.
It certainly was. From Presalie's standpoint, is like a mug of hot milk for a weak stomach.
That's true. I think that's what they need to do. Keep the ball in hand. Keep the ball in hand. They've been kicking a lot of ball away.
Yes, they have, and some aimless kicking, it has to be said. So, Charlie Phillips makes no mistake with the conversion, and Presalie open their account then. A try for Iestyn Wood and a conversion from Charlie Phillips. And it's Ascola Presalie 7, Coleg Shergar, the second string of Coleg Shergar, 33 points. Shergar kick long, find the try scorer. There's a spring in the step of the Presalie players now, having crossed the Shergar whitewash. Kick over the shoulder, but straight down the throat of the danger man, Stefan Evans. And he in turn finds his opposite number. That's Yori Lewis with a little space to probe. Evans, that's flank forward. There's always a Sirgar player whenever the ball lands. David Thomas, neat little chip ahead. Straight into touch, and that brings the first half to a close. It's been one-way traffic for the greater part of that opening 35 minutes. And Coleg Sirgar go into the break with a healthy and a commanding lead of 26 points, and they lead Presalie by 33 points to 7. Half-time here at the Principality Stadium in the Vase final for the schools and colleges under 18s, and Coleg Shergar, the second 15, leading Ysgol Presalie by 33 points to 7. Ysgol Presalie yn cwrso'r gêm ar ddechrau yr ail hanner, wedi cael cais i'r wythwr Iestyn Wood ar ddiwedd yr hanner cyntaf. A bydd hynny wedi rhoi ychydig o hyder iddyn nhw. So Coleg Shergar breaking out of their 22 as they did so often in the opening half. It's a loose ball snapped up by Presalie. A quick look to see what's on offer. The try scorer, this is better. Greater urgency from Presalie at the top of the second half. But bundled into touch, that was the replacement wearing number 22, Elliot Evans.
Number 23, Oshan Bev Worrow replaces number 3, David Jones.
So Lewis Dyke is on for Coleg Shergar in place of David Thomas, and there's another Presalie player down receiving attention at the moment, so play has been halted.
Lewis Dyke replaces number 14, David Thomas.
And the game is taking its toll, Keith, on the Presalie players in particular.
It looks like Presalie trying to take Shergar on physically. They haven't got the physique. Whereas Shergar leaves the ball do the work.
Yes, and that's what Presalie need to do, really. They need to secure possession at the set piece and then send it wide. Stefan Evans times his pass. Not as he would have liked, probably. He was looking to release the wing three-quarter. Will James couldn't quite find his man, and Presalie clear their lines. And good touch.
Good work.
Shergar have the height advantage along their line-out. They reduce the line to 5. And quickly it's on its way.
Oh, good tackle.
Good tackle in midfield. And Presalie looked to have turned it over. Yes, they do. Oh, that's brilliant play. Well, they're doing some good stuff, it has to be said. It's just that some of the passes are not sticking. Here's an opportunity to kick for territory. And it's Owain Davis who takes play up deep into the Shergar 22.
All they did now was to secure possession and drive. But when I look at the screen and look at the size of the Shergar forwards,
the drive might not be the best option,
no.
Keith. So Presalie cut the line out this time, and they've got one or two forwards in midfield ready to take the ball up, but it's a scrappy ball, I'm afraid, and they'll have to start all over again. It's been called for by Iestyn Wood, and he's an influential player in this Presalie setup. Could be on for a second try. No. The referee had blown his whistle, and there's a stern lecture to the Coleg Shergar loose head prop, George Rossiter.
That's his second warning, actually.
So the ball just lost forward in that attack. George Rossiter in the front row with Finlay Thomas, David Jones. very impressed by the kicking of the Sirgar fullback, Stefan Evans. A slighter version in the colours of Presalie. That's 15. Dug out here by Elliot Evans, safely back to Charlie Phillips, who sends it long downfield. The sun perhaps in the eyes there of Lewis Dyke, but he just about manages to keep the ball in play. Stefan Evans' first instinct is to counter. His assistant might wish to draw attention of the referee to a potential high tackle here, I think, on the Coleg Sirgar fullback. He's certainly impressed, doesn't he, Stefan Evans?
Oh, he's good. He's just as good as his namesake with the Scarlet.
And he's got the time, hasn't he, to consider his next move, time and space.
He's a genuine footballer, isn't he?
He is, isn't he?
I'd like to see him play soccer, to be honest with you. See what he's like, but that's a fullback today. He's definitely, the man of the match.
He's got time on the ball. He's got vision as well. And I don't know, he might have been the scrum half, an outside half rather. He might double up at outside half, but he's got more time and space to consider his options at fullback.
They've got to nurture him down there and hope he finds a good club to go to.
So back on his feet and back in the ranks. How's your head for heights, Keith? Now that's a job that I could never do.
Get me up there, be all right. As long as I got 76,000 ropes around me.
Running repairs, a lick of paint. And it's the ideal weather for such work high up on the stanchions of the Principality Stadium here.
Is there anything there?
Kick from outside the 22, and it's a skewed kick. Contact not clean, and Stefan Evans not showing any lasting effects of the injuries sustained a minute or two ago.
Go on.
Justin Wood again, he's got support on the inside. Oh, had that come off. Kyle Day was the supporting runner, not quite on the same wavelength as Justin Wood. As away comes Gabe McDonald. He's already scored one try in the opening half, still moving forward over the Presalie 10-metre line. The referee very keen on the breakdown area. And Sirgar are judged to have held on to the ball on the ground, hence a penalty for Presalie. 33 points to 7. And the score remains.
In the old days, up at that stanchion there, we'd have Superman bringing the ball down.
Indeed.
Oh.
High up above the Principality Stadium, up in the lofty heights, and the towering look forward there was Justin Wood down the front of the line for Presalie. And he gets the ball back in his hands. Not sure that he's expecting it. A hint of a gap there, opening up around the fringes. It's not a bad tactic, a little kick over the defence, but it was well read by Coleg Sirgar. But in any event, they were offside, and a chance for Presalie to move further downfield. That was Harley Young with the grey headgear. It was come on wearing 16.
She's missed it.
Overcooked that one. Oh, did it? No, just this side. I think it was held up by the wind, Keith.
I thought he was going out all the way, to be honest with you.
You and me both. So it's an excellent kick. Now then, 17 there is Joel Davis and Justin Wood, 16 Harley Young. And there's something going to happen here by the looks of it.
Earlier replacement for Presalie. Number 18 and Adrian Vaughan replaces number 2, Gad Brown.
And Adrian Vaughan is on for Gad Brown. And in the meantime, it's Kai Evans to feed the line out. Down the front, yeah. Let's make sure we get the ball in hand and drive forward towards the try line. Can Presalie get the opening score of the second half? Making heavy weather of it at the moment. There are a few hairy Coleg Sirgar arms around the ball by the looks of it, and they've done enough, have they?
Yes.
Yeah, Presalie, the ball carrier, and the ball tucked high under the arm, but somehow or other it was George Rossett, I think, who got a hand to it.
And they haven't got the physicality, have they, Presalie?
No, you're always behind as a consequence. But they'll stick at it. Ball safely secured at the scrum, and Steph Evans had the time, and another good kick from the fullback, almost taken by his opposite number. Couldn't quite gather it in. Yori Lewis. As a result, Coleg Sirgar will get the throw in at the line out. It came off Yori Lewis, knocked forward, so it'll be a put in at the scrum. All knocked forward before going into touch.
I think they've made a move here to put a full back at outside half.
Well, I was asking the question, wasn't I, whether he was an outside half come fullback. I think you could put him anywhere in that back line.
Yes.
Stefan Evans. First touch at outside half then for the player who started at fullback. Looping around. The ball didn't go forward from a Presalie hand. Or did it? Referee waiting advantage. It seemed to indicate that the ball had gone backwards, but helped along its way by a Presalie hand, clearly. Well, as a spectacle, the game has died somewhat.
It's become, in the old words, very depressing at the moment, but there's no crowd atmosphere. The two teams seem to be accepting the score at the moment.
Yeah, Coleg Sirgar would appear to have done enough in that first half, because it's certainly a mountain to climb for Presalie, despite the efforts that brought the score before the break. Came close a few minutes ago up the far end. But you feel now that Sirgar are in the driving seat once again, making sure the ball at the line out, and the runners offering themselves in midfield. Gabe MacDonald. It's not going right all the time for them either, and Presalie somehow have managed to steal possession. A little sleight of hand could work. Presalie clearly have some athletes, some jugglers in amongst them. But you need some more skills than that, as Gabe MacDonald has already shown in this match. So Sirgar will start again, this time through Dylan Bud Thomas, the replacement, wearing 21. 23 is Ocean Beb Worrell. The kick into space behind the Presalie defence. Justin Doble had it covered. But a loud blast on the referee suggested that there might have been an offside. So they surely take the scrum because they have the advantage of weight. And the technique is good as well from Coleg Shergar.
Sometimes I wish school teams and club teams, you know, do something in the middle of the field other than kick to touch or scrum, have a little move.
Well, we've bemoaned the lack of creativity even in our national side, haven't we, Keith?
Oh, Juju. You know, it's kick and rush, or kick and hope to God.
Because over the years we've certainly had the creative skills and abilities in midfield. And running out of space on the narrow side. Coleg Shergar, the scrum half, spots a half gap, a half chance. That's Cian Jones. Finlay Thomas in support of Ocean Beb Worrell. And Presalie's defence being tested here again as Coleg Shergar look for their first score of the second period. They should get it here through the big men. In goes Sean Wells, who's already seen his colleague in the second row, Jack Stone, score a try, and over goes Carwyn Lynch, and the referee's arm is in the air as Coleg Shergar finally get the first score of the second half, taking them out to a 38-7 lead.
Shergar seems to know what they're doing. You know, whatever the position is, it's number 6 and number 7, or it's one of the backs. Everything seems to be planned, and plus that's credit to the two coaches, the Williams boys. They work hard with the second. You know, Iros and Lee are there, but the two Williams boys.
It's a team effort, isn't it?
Oh, on and off the field.
And when you've got your students, your players to hand at all hours of the day, really. Admittedly, they've got their own curriculums and they've got their own ambitions from a studying point of view as well, but they're there primarily to concentrate on their rugby skills.
Well, rugby-wise, they're in school or college, whatever you want to call it. You know, 8 o'clock in the morning for this type of training or that type, then lunchtime, and very often after school.
That's right. As Stefan Evans adds the conversion, taking Coleg Shergar then out to 40 points. Just the one score for Presalie at the end of that first half, claimed by Iestyn Wood. So third appearance for Presalie in the finals in 2014 and 2018, and 2022 doesn't promise to be a better result for them. So Kai Evans started at wing forward. He's now up in the middle of that front row at hooker. We did see him throw into the line out just when the hooker, or Gad Brown, the starting hooker, was replaced. Very often we see, don't we, that numbers 2 and 6 or 7, 2 and 6 primarily, are interchangeable. Off the right foot comes Yori Lewis, an untidy tackle on him. 18, that's Aneirin Vaughan. Good quick ball, floated out in the direction of the Presalie wing three-quarter. That's Iestyn Doble. Well, all credit to Presalie, they're not giving up the fight. Evans again, 7-8 meters short. That's Dylan Bud Thomas, wearing 21 for Coleg Shergar, in with a tackle. It's still there though. It's time for Charlie Phillips, the outside half. Over the top come Coleg Shergar. And another chance, quickly taken. One more pass needed perhaps. This time, Presalie over, but held up. Well, full credit.
That's what they need to do. Keep the ball and just pressurise Sirgar.
I think the referee's assistant has drawn the referee's attention to some misdemeanour, perhaps, and that he should just deliver a little word of caution.
It's a pity, really, we can't hear what the referee is saying.
No, it's guesswork.
It is.
I suspect we're more often right than wrong, Keith. But we're
always right.
Yeah, we haven't argued over any decision as yet.
No, you're lucky you haven't got the wife up at the moment.
So here come Presalie then, looking for a second score through Kai Evans. Iestyn Wood might get there.
Yes, that's a deserved try.
Expertly done again. That's a second score then for Iestyn Wood. Well, that's brought a reaction from the supporters, who've had very little to cheer about in the east stand there, as the sun creeps up to the middle tier. Enjoying the sunshine.
Well, it is. It's a glorious day. We've had the first final, was excellent. There's some brilliant rugby in this game. Unfortunately, it's a little bit one-sided.
Presalie 12, Coleg Tregaar 40, and it's Charlie Phillips setting himself up for the conversion. Right-footed, sends it home. So 2 converted tries then for Presalie. But the game has long gone from their grasp, and the Coleg Tregaar took a firm hold in the opening 10-15 minutes when they crossed for some 4 tries during that time. But Charlie Phillips at least still playing with a smile on his face. The ball drops just on the 10-metre line. And all the players looking, and the Presalie players hoping perhaps that it hadn't travelled the 10.
When you're down, you're down.
Replacements for Coleg Tregaar. Number 2, Finlay Thomas replaces number 22, Brachan Lewis, and number 1, George Rossiter replaces number 17, Dylan Miller. There's also a replacement for
Phillips
as well. Number 20, Henry
didn't get the contact that he wanted on that one, and the pressure is back on his team as Tregaar shape up for this line out and a little committee. Okay, what are we going to do here, lads? It's a bit far for a driving maul, but you never know that they've got the weight advantage.
I always wonder why a prop is going to tell the hooker what to do and the rest of the pack agree. Get on with the game.
Yeah, he's the chairman of the committee, and here comes the driving maul.
And in Wales and rugby, we love committees.
Don't we just? And a committee bach above all else. Yeah, the little committee within the committee.
No, that's called a click in a second line.
Stefan Evans.
See?
Shove off the ball, I think, is the penalty awarded. And a little bit of sympathy, I think, shown by the referee here.
I think so. He's doing a good job.
He is, as indeed have all the referees we've seen so far.
It's very difficult in a game like this how to pitch it. You see one side running away with it. Now, do you blow up for everything and make a mockery, or just now and again?
Yeah, you want to keep the game flowing if you can.
Yes.
Ian Brew is the referee. Carwyn Lynch. But the ball has been ripped from his clutches, and Carwyn Phillips had to bend far forward for that one. It came to him around his ankles somewhere. Good chasing by Presalie here, and they know how dangerous this guy can be, Gabe MacDonald.
That's excellent follow-up to the kick.
No, they can play, that's for sure. And they'll keep on plugging away.
Fair dues, Presalie, they're a credit to the village and to the whole country, actually.
Well, you know that when you look at the success of the Crymych Rugby Club down there in North Pembrokeshire, and any number of junior teams, and they've had successes over the years, and of course they've had their international representation as well for a club that only started, I think it was back in 1984. That's credit to them. I remember speaking to John Davis, the Wales prop, the former Wales prop, and having returned to play for Crymych and travelling all over South Wales, he mentioned one or two clubs who've been in existence for over 100 years and still without international representation. So all credit certainly to Crymych, RFC, and to Ysgol Presalie as well.
There's no doubt about that.
Kai Evans turns, lays it back. The ever-ready forwards take it up once more. Will it go out wide this time? No, no further than Charlie Phillips. Back to strength. Let's regroup and start again. In the meantime, there's an injury to a Coleg Sir player. I think it's the replacement, Beb Worrell, I think it is.
But you were talking about Presalie just now, and you know, credit to the club, Crymych as well. It's all to do with the community, I think. You know, I enjoy going down that part of the world, and it's Welsh Wales. I suppose the old traditions are very strong there. Magani, the chapel, and so on. And it seems to permeate into the club as well.
No, let me tell you, Keith, that if ever you want an entertainment group, they've also got a choir down there in Crymych RFC. I'm sure they'd be delighted to come along and entertain you at the Strigan Lice.
I've actually heard is it the Crymych ladies team or ladies choir?
Oh, this is the male choir.
Oh, right. Well, as a member of the Morrison office, no. No, but this community spirit and the Maen Clwchog of old. Every year they used to win every day for the first 3 days. Absolutely outstanding. And it's nice to see that. That's the important part of Welsh culture, I suppose.
It certainly is. I thought you had a tear in your eye for a second there, Keith.
No.
Nostalgia is not what it used to be.
Oh, nah. Things have changed. A lot of things for the better, but a lot of things, no.
Well, Ocean Beb Worrell is the man that's being ushered off the field, having suffered an injury. But when play restarts, it'll be a Presalie penalty. So they've got a pre-prepared move by the looks of it. And they've managed to get Iestyn Wood over the try line twice. He's on a hat-trick. Good, quick recycling. But the tackling is solid from Sirgar. And that was Bud Thomas, number 21. Right on their own try line. And it's Stefan. No, it's not Stefan Evans this time. But the kick is safely into touch under pressure from Tian Evans. Presalie still have the opportunity. It's going to be their line out. A shortened line out called for. It starts with young Kai Evans at hooker. Ball safely secured. And that's Harry Harris looking to make a nuisance of himself at 19 for Coleg Sir, trying to get the ball in his hands and ripping it away. Evans going nowhere that time, but he's retained possession. That's the try scorer, the double try scorer. Iestyn Wood.
This is what they need to do. Just keep the ball, keep the ball.
Will the gap open up this time for Charlie Phillips? No, it won't. It's yet another penalty by the looks of it. Any number of penalties, too many penalties now. Going against Coleg Sirgar.
Coleg Sirgar, replacement for Coleg Sirgar. Number 8, Tom Hammett. Replaces number 6, Jay Randhauer.
A general warning, I think, going in the direction of Coleg Sirgar. Sean Wells taking the lecture from the referee on behalf of the team. Joel Davis sets the platform. That's Harley Young. That's a good effort. They're looking to bring Kai Evans onto the ball if they can. Broad-shouldered, muscular, wing three-quarter, flank forward or hooker. Presalie still asking questions. Evans again. Well, he deserves a try. Offloads to the scrum half. Wood on a hat-trick through the legs. But sadly, there was nowhere there to take the pass. But good effort again.
They see that too much on television, I think.
Well, sometimes it comes off, and sometimes it doesn't.
But it's nice to see Presalie. They haven't given up yet.
Well, they've been here down this corner for a fair length of time, haven't they? If they could get a score, then certainly it would bring greater respectability to the scoreline. But they've done themselves credit, as you said, Keith. The heads didn't drop. A little fortuitous there, perhaps. Well, they might not have the bulk of the Sirgar players, but they're certainly lean and wiry with it, lithe. Change of direction, perhaps to bring a change of fortune. Nice step from Kai Evans. Couldn't quite free his hands to get that ball away. So David Jones settles things for Sirgar as Tian Evans again sends it downfield. Not quite into touch. The eagle-eyed referee's assistant spotted a foot on the whitewash.
Number 13, Tian Evans.
So that was the last act for Tian Evans, who's been replaced. And Brychan Lewis is the hooker for Sirgar to throw in to a 5-man line-out. Palmed down by Sean Wells, rather untidily. Equally untidy in midfield as David Thomas looks to get away from the chasing Presalie defenders. Oh, sneaky stuff from Cian Jones, the scrum half. A little flick pass back inside. And Coleg Sirgar, against the run of play, get another score, which takes them closer to the 50-point mark. David Thomas is the try scorer.
Well taken, just one simple little break by the scrum half, down the blind side, and the rest is history.
Saw a half gap, and he went for it, and found good support from David Thomas.
A credit must go to Coleg Sirgar as well. You know, they've defended when Presalie are attacking, and then they break away. A thoroughly deserved victory at the end.
Yeah, Presalie attacking a series of attacks down the other end of the field, but sadly not being able to complete the mission. Conversion is good from Gabe MacDonald, and Coleg Sirgar extend their lead 47 points to 14 as the clock runs down. So just a reminder that coming up next will be the under-18s female cup final. That'll be a 12-a-side match between Llandovery College and Coleg Gwent. followed by the Cup final itself, the Under-18s Male Spirit of Youth Cup final between Christ College Brecon and Ysgol Gyfun Ystalfera Brodyr. So we're not done yet, as MacDonald with a drop out from the try line. Yori Lewis offloads to Charlie Phillips. A little disorganised behind the Presalie players at the moment. Kai Evans with a little room to run, brushes aside the attempted tackle of Nathan Fisher. And he puts Presalie on the front foot. Iestyn Wood certainly impressed. No way through at the moment. The ball is there for Elliot Evans. The gap opens up for Jake Newt. Evans again. It's Presalie who are finishing with a flourish here. And Evans had to dig deep for that one. Offering himself was Charlie Phillips. Options left and right. Iestyn Wood. Oh, knocked back in the tackle some 5 to 10 metres. The referee was waiting for advantage, which did not accrue. Craig had judged to be offside. So rather than go for the line out, Newt takes the direct route. And that's the shortest route from A to B. And
that's another one. Well done,
well, full credit. And it's Joel Davis who crosses the Shergar try line, but Jake Newt must take a hand for that one, because it was he that led the charge.
Nice try for Presalie, number 17, Joel Davis.
Conversion is missed, but Presalie are up to 19 points. Third try. The scoreline looks a little better than it did earlier on, that's for sure.
Oh, Presalie have done well to come back, let's be honest. Most sides would have thrown the towel in.
Yeah, that's been the story, isn't it? The sun in the eyes of the Presalie players late in this match, perhaps. Look how comfortable the Shergar boys are with ball in hand, and everybody knows his task.
Yes.
Harry Thomas is back on, wearing 10 for Shergar. Well, they'll scrap all day with the Presalie boys, and they won themselves a penalty. It's a bit further to the far touchline, so they'll have a run. Kai Evans. That's a barnstorming run from the wing forward, now hooker. Gains some 15-20 metres. It all goes pear-shaped. And there it is.
Final score.
The final act of the Vayers final. And Coleg Shergar did enough in the opening half, if not the opening quarter of an hour, to clinch this one against Ysgol Presalie Crymych in their third final in the history of the Cup. And they've been well beaten by an efficient Coleg Shergar side, with a final scoreline which reads Presalie 19, Coleg Shergar 47.
And yet another good final as well. we've been lucky so far this morning, or this afternoon.
Yes, perhaps didn't rise to the heights perhaps of one or two finals we've seen. Not as much excitement, but then when you look at the quality of this Coleg Sirgar side and the runners they had, the strike runners, Jack Stone scored their first try very early on.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Sirgar were the better side, but I think at the beginning of the game, Presalie were very overawed.
Yeah, it showed good guts to come back into the match, or try to get back into the match, but they scored. The tries that they scored were well taken.
Well, they never give up, did they? A true Pembrokeshire grit.
Yes, certainly. Keith Phillips, my co-commentator here today from Strathgunlais, a committee member of the Wales Schools Rugby Union, enjoying the entertainment provided by the teams. And just remind ourselves again, Presalie 19, Coleg Sirgar 47. So they will claim the secondary trophy on offer today, and that is the vase. And coming up next will be a female cup final, 12-a-side between Llandovery College and Coleg Gwent, before the highlight of today's entertainment, the male Spirit of Youth Cup final for the under-18s between Christ College Brecon and Ysgolgyfyn Stalfera.
Please, a massive applause for the officials of the match to collect their medals. Ian Bray, Rhys Curtis and Andrew Samuel.
So the officials have received their mementos of the day they officiated at the Principality Stadium. The referee, Ian Brew, did an extremely good job, and supporting him Rhys Curtis and Andrew Samuel. So Presalie will come up to receive their medals first. There is the vase itself. The trophy is the vase that's been on offer and will be presented shortly to the Coleg Sirgar second 15. A presentation to the Presalie coaches, hard-working coaches and teachers, of course, down there in the School of Presalie, Crymych. Well, they can still afford a smile. Now they've come a long way, have the Presalie supporters. Seems to be any organisation with a presentation, Keith. Cofia ddysgu byw, that's the...
Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for today.
Dyna yw arwydda'r ysgol y Presalie.
Ysgol Gyfyn, Presalie.
Every player played its part. Harley Young impressed after coming on. Harry Harris wearing 19. Number 2, that's Gad Brown. Yori Morgan. Stefan Morris. That's Kyle Day. Young Jake Newt. Griff Edwards plugged away all afternoon, as indeed did Yori Lewis. Dylan Brown, leaving Ardeg. 23, that's Iestyn Doble. George Jones, wearing 12. Ptolemy Alain started at loose head prop forward. Had a busy afternoon after coming on, did Elliot Evans at scrum half, tight head, Dylan Castle. 14, Dorian Davis, and Kai Evans, who started at wing forward and had a few barnstorming runs from hooker. Un I gadw llygad arno. Charlie Phillips and the double try scorer, Iestyn Wood, Ysgol y Presalie Crymych. Runners up in the Vase Cup final.
And now a massive round of applause for today's winners as they collect their medals.
So Coleg Sirgar, the winners of the trophy, the second tier competition played for today. Some solid citizens in that Sirgar lineup, and some flair behind the scrum as well. In evidence. So the last of the medals handed out to Coleg Sirgar. He looked much younger close up somehow. And the Vase, it'll take something to get the Vase away from his grip, that's for sure.
And as our winners prepare to lift their Vase.
So we congratulate Coleg Sirgar on clinching the Vase here with a comprehensive win over Ysgol y Presalie Crymych by 47 points to 19. Their captain, George Rossiter. Confirmation and congratulations to the Welsh Senior Schools Rugby Union Group Under 18s Vase final winners in 21-22. They are the second string of Coleg Sirgar down there on the Graig campus in Llanelli, adjacent to the old famous Stradi Park. So the next game coming up, and that'll be at 15:30 will be the Under-18s Female Cup final between Llandovery College and College Gwent. Join us again if you can, but for now, ni estyn yn llongyfarchiadau I Goleg Sir Gar ac atgoffa'n hunain ar yr un pryd am y gêm nesaf. The next game, the Welsh Schools Rugby Union calendar here will be the Female Cup final, the 12-a-side final between Llandovery College and Coleg Gwent. Welcome back to the Principality Stadium as we get ready for our next match, which is the penultimate match of the day here, and it's going to be the Under-18s Female Cup Final, 12-a-side, and that features Llandovery College and Coleg Gwent. Before we move on to the final match of the day, the Under-18s Male Spirit of Youth Cup Final at 5:10 between Christ College Brecon and Ysgol Gyfun Ystadlafera. So coming up then, it's going to be the Under-18s Female Cup Final, 12-a-side, Llandovery College against Coleg Gwent. So this is how the teams line up. For Llandovery College, it's Bryony Slater, Molly Pierce, Olivia White, Emily James, Milleri Hopkins, Maisie Davis, Robin Kovachev and Catherine Lewis, Charlotte McNaughton, Florence Evans, Fionn Smith and Meg Glover. That's the starting lineup for Llandovery, and the replacements will come off the bench to make an impact. It's Olwen Evans, Lucy Davis, Lucy Vaughan, Holly Rousel, Jenna De Vera and Caddy Williams. The Llandovery College. And for Coleg Gwent, it's Caris Clements, Molly Wakely, Lizzie Reagan, Abby Merrick, Fionn Llewellyn, Chloe Thomas Bradley, Katie Bevans, Nikita Olsen, Amy Williams, Natalie Barnes, Summer Chick and Molly Powell. And on their replacements bench are Caitlin Carter, Madison Collins, Steph Munley, Corrie Jo Greenslid, Caitlin Wilkes, Mia Thomas, Emily Thomas and Savannah Picton Powell. Those are the respective teams for this Female Cup Final. And joining me in commentary, and it's great to have the company of Greg Woods, former coach with Ebbw Vale and Cross Keys, but now paid up member of the Welsh Rugby Union staff here. Greg, it's great to have your company here. You've been watching, you've seen the girls play, the ladies play, and what do you make of it all and coming up to this final?
Yeah, afternoon win, and thanks for having me here today. I watched the qualification up in Merthyr Rugby Club a couple of weeks ago. I'm sure Llandovery would have benefited from a couple of extra weeks of preparation, so it should be an exciting afternoon. Good.
Well, we saw a ladies' game yesterday, girls' game yesterday, and certainly I was very impressed with what I saw, and they gave a good account of themselves, as I'm sure will the ladies today as well.
Well, it's a National Cup final. I know the girls are excited. I walked past them as they were getting into the changing rooms and the tunnel area. You know, that you can see the excitement on their faces, and they just can't wait to get out there and play. You know, both teams have got some real good rugby pedigree coaching them. Nathan Thomas at Llandovery College, Scott Matthews at Coleg Gwent. So I'm sure they want to win as well as a group of staff and coaches. So looking for a real excitable afternoon of rugby.
Good, and all to play for. And supporters for Llandovery College. Proud tradition, of course, and second possibly, and this could be debatable, to Ysgol Bryn Teg in terms of international representation on the international stage. And we're thinking of Alan Wyn Jones, and we're thinking of George North and Gwyn Jones as well, former students at Llandovery College.
They're both hotbeds of school and college rugby, Llandovery and Coleg Gwent, you know, from staff and players.
So we wait the teams to come out from the darkness into the light, so to speak, from the tunnels, and here they come. So 12 aside, and the refereeing panel for this match. Kai Lewis is the referee, supported by Jonathan Evans and Jamie Kirkhouse. It's a big pitch when you're playing 12 aside, Greg.
Yeah, the spacing in defence is really important. Make sure you're not tight around the ruck. I'm sure both coaches have stressed that to both teams.
So Llandovery in white and Coleg Gwent in the darker colours, in the darker strip. So first possession goes the way of Llandovery, but the referee calls them back. Number 6, that's Maisie Davis, member of the Wales under-18 girls, played every game in the Six Nations Festival, so there's some experience in this Llandovery side. Away goes Catrin Lewis, well snapped up there by Bryony Slater, does well to keep the ball in play. That's a promising opener for Llandovery, Greg.
Yeah, Llandovery will be really pleased with that. Colleague went disappointed with the restart sort of take, but they defended that well, really. Llandovery put through some good sets of hands. You know, they just want to exit correctly here now and get into the game.
That's Caddy Williams wearing 19 at scrum half there for Llandovery as the ball spits out. So 6 in the forwards and 6 in the backs. That's how they line up.
Like you said, Wyn, is a big pitch to cover as a forward. You know, 6 in the pack, so fitness levels and conditioning will play a huge part in this final. And
even with 15s aside, and you've had experience of that, Greg, there's no place to hide, is there, at the Principality Stadium?
No, it's a fantastic place to play, but also you've got to make sure that you can cover every blade of grass.
Good hands being shown here by Coleg Gwent. Let's see who's got the pace. Out wide. Good tackling, good defensive work by Llandovery, keeping the shape in defence. As Coleg went to have another go and bringing it up through Molly Wakely. Little dummy, not quite going to hand, so Llandovery will have the advantage, played by referee Kai Lewis. Good pass from Caddy Williams. Couldn't quite work it out wide to the left. There's an injured player for Llandovery. Will need attention. So Llandovery 1 short at the moment. Good ripping work there by Coleg Gwent. That was Chloe Thomas-Bradley.
Yeah, a bit of a nervy start there. Both teams are going, you know, side to side, really. I think they'll both be looking for a little bit more go forward, take the space, win a couple of contact areas going forward, and then pass out. But like I said, good solid defence off both sides, but a very nervy start.
So we're just waiting here for the injury to the Llandovery player being attended to. And as with every game here, the medical attention has been second to none, and very often the injury is not as bad as it looks.
So far on the road to Principality Week, you know, we've had very, you know, complimentary of the refereeing and the medical support, and you see how important it is today, making sure that the care of the player is absolutely paramount and making sure it's first-class service. Yeah,
we've been talking generally here in commentary about the standard of refereeing and how important player development is, but of course referee development is equally as important, because there aren't too many referees that are prepared to put their hand up and say, yeah, I've got ambitions to go all the way.
Yeah, no, it is a huge week for them as well. This is the pinnacle of their season, you know, to be selected and appointed to a National Cup final at our national stadium is a great honour for them and their families. So hopefully they'll be inspiring other referees to pick up the whistle, you know, and partake in our great game.
Yeah, certainly. Well, we can talk at length about Nigel Owens, of course, but we can talk also about Craig Evans and Adam Jones, who work their way up to international status and had opportunities on the World Sevens circuit on the way.
Oh, there's hundreds of referees out there that give up so much time to referee school, club games on the weekend, you know, and it's so important. And when they look up at boys like Adam and Craig and travelling the world and, you know, refereeing in fantastic stadiums, you know, what a fantastic career that is for all our male and females that are out there in Wales.
Certainly, and they're held in high regard, both of them, Craig and Adam. And this is not looking good for the Llandovery player as the cart comes on. But again, it's safety first always, isn't it? And it's the health and welfare and well-being of the player that's paramount. And she's sitting up, so that's a good sign.
That's a very good sign, and you know, like any final, there's been a lot of nervous energy spent, you know, building up to the game, and it's important now. The team that restarts after this quite lengthy break, you know, it's quite important. You can see the both teams coming together and just resetting some of the sort of key points they want to get across. You know, but like I said, it's always as a coach, you're always nervous after a break in play, because you know the next sort of set of couple of minutes are really important to get yourself back into that game.
So the Llandovery player is back on her feet, or one leg certainly, gingerly, and she'll sit on the cart, which will enable her to be dealt with. That's Olwen Evans, and in the meantime, well, you know, you've got to concentrate on the game in hand, and both teams are in a huddle, concentrating on what needs to be done, and focusing on the moves. And so Coleg Went break out from their huddle, and we wish Olwen Evans the very best. And clearly distressed and disappointed at not being able to contribute more to her team's efforts. She's still a member of the squad, of course, and a valued member of that squad as well. So Lucy Davis will come on in place of Olwen Evans, and Lucy is wearing number 14. So not releasing is what's been penalised. And Llandovery tried to catch Coleg Went napping, lost forward there by Maisie Davis. The intent was there.
It was a great tactic. She said, it was a flat line in defence from Coleg Went, no one in that sweeper position. You know, the bounce of a ball, and she would have scored a try into the post. So, you know, real good vision and a good attempt.
So it's a defensive scrum for Coleg Went in their own 22. Fed in by Katie Bevans. She's the scrum half. Oh, it's good work. Oh, good hands. The ball held in two hands. Llandovery tried to unsuccessfully rip the ball away through Maisie Davis. Now here's an opportunity. Jenna De Vera wearing 17. And Amy Williams had her eyes on the ball all the while for Coleg Went. The advantage is there though for the Upper Towey Valley College. Into the wide open spaces. But Kai Lewis brings them back, considering that the advantage was not sufficient.
Yeah, Llandovery would be really pleased win with the start here. They've had all possession and territory down in Coleg Went's half. They'd like to come away with some points now. And on the flip side of that, Coleg Went would probably say good defence, and let's try and get into the game and get the ball and cause them a little bit of trouble.
And Maisie Davis there in shot, she clearly is the key player in this Llandovery College side.
Yeah, she was very accurate in that contact area. They're really aggressive. They couldn't move her. It was a great turnover. And then obviously at first receiver then, you know, when the ball was played after one ruck. So you can see the influence here on this side already.
It's a good attacking position here for Llandovery from the penalty. It all starts, of course, at the line out. So where will it go? Front or back? Claimed down the front by Milleri Hopkins. A step from Meg Glover. Number 12 into the hands there of Jenna De Vera. The ball taken to standing still, and Llandovery shoved backwards 4 or 5 metres, but they've retained possession, albeit losing it subsequently under pressure.
Yeah, the first part of the lineup was excellent. You know, good throw, good catch. Just the delivery to the 9 then just slowed that up a little bit, and it allowed the Coleg Went back defence to get really close that space down.
The same rules apply 12 aside as they do to 15 aside, and at this age group. Any peculiar rulings?
No, the best way to describe it, you're playing without 2 flankers. You know, so it's standard rules, and it just like a lot more space to attack.
The flankers best position on the field. So here come Coleg Went, looking to break out of their own half through Abby Merrick, the number 4. Let's see what they can do with ball in hand. not able to retain possession and quickly snapped up and moved out wide by Llandovery to the speedster Lucy Davis, up and over the 22. This is going to be a fantastic score for Llandovery College. Good pace being shown there by Lucy Davis. A mistake by Coleg Gwent, and the ball spread wide quickly, knowing full well that they had the pace in Lucy Davis out wide, and she goes over for the opening score.
Oh, that's a fantastic try, that is. You know, that comes from pressure in the defence on the quick turnover at halfway, and you can see the pace straight away. You know, went round the first defender. You know, what a fantastic moment for her in her career to score a great try on Principality Stadium.
I've got a note here, sub 5 minute Bronco time, and I'm not quite sure what that all means.
Well, I think it'll be a little bit quicker than me and you win. So, but you know, from you could see the athleticism, the speed, you know, the acceleration when she picked that ball. You know, when she had the ball first. You know, the first 5 yards are critical to get in.
What I do understand that she's a member of the Scarlets ladies team, ladies squad, and.
It's good representation across two teams here, the Scarlets and the Dragons under 18s. Lots of them would have played in the regional championship that just happened. So, you know, it's national places up for grabs probably as well.
Well, it's an opportunity, isn't it, to catch the eye here at the Principality Stadium, and any number of these girls would have those ambitions, I would suggest, of making progress to the international side. So Gwent kick long, Lucy Davis leaves it for Maisie Davis. The sun can be a little problematic because you're moving from the sun into the shade and from the shade back out in the sun again, and it does dazzle you for a split second.
You know, Coleg Gwent would be disappointed with that, you know, because you know, it's the first time they had an opportunity to enter Llandovery's half, you know, and they give a penalty away on the first set. You know, that you know, that's disappointing for them. They just need to build some pressure, get into this final, keep hold of the ball. You know, at the moment, Llandovery are sort of, I would say, having more of the possession, more of the territory. So, you know, they'd be pleased with going 5-0 up.
So ball safely over the touchline, over the sidelines. Wearing 2 for Coleg Gwent, that's Molly Wakely standing away from the line out. It's untidy. Spilt forward by Llandovery hand. So let's see what Coleg Gwent can do. So he claimed at the back of the lineout, and he tried to move it quickly. The hint of a crossing in midfield by the looks of it, and that's confirmed by the referee Kai Lewis. The cross arms.
Yeah, just a little bit of nervousness there, you know, just a little bit overrunning the play, etc. You know, but they have to have, you know, good defensive block again. Llandovery look to tap and go. They like to see to keep this pace high.
Oh, the ankle tap just about manages to bring Jenna De Vera to ground. This young lady is quite a handful, isn't she, Maisie Davis? A tough customer. No, not the best of passes from Milleri Hopkins. And now then, away come Coleg Gwent. And that's Wakely, who's over the try line and claims the score and brings Coleg Gwent back on level terms.
Well, very similar to the Llandovery try, you know, really good pressure off Coleg Gwent, making that error in the final, in the last channel really, and Molly Wakely, who's one of the stars of this Coleg Gwent side, you know, picked the ball up, went down the wing, you know, fantastic pace again, so great moment for her.
Yeah, and just reading my notes here, that she's recently played for Wales 18s in the Six Nations Festival up in Scotland. A West Mon schoolgirl known as the Cannonball. Well,
yeah, I know they got big high hopes for her. I know she's in the Dragons Academy. You know, and a real focal point of you know, Gwent under 18s, you know, women's rugby.
She certainly made her presence felt there. Did Molly Wakely? Conversion is missed, but the score stands at 5 points all.
One thing's for certain, win is certainly some pace on that side of the field. You know, we've seen 2 cracking tries down that side of the pitch.
Yeah, we have. We certainly have. And when the ball sticks, they've got some pace, both these teams, and There's determination on both sides.
And that's the beauty of 12-a-side. Those three players that not on the pitch. It does provide opportunities to play into space and gives our more attacking threat.
Well, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Creating space and finding space on the field. We tend sometimes to truck it up midfield and, well, I wouldn't say boring rugby, but that's the way it seems to be played at the moment. And defence is being more important than attacking rugby, really.
Lots of countries across the world play 12-a-side, because it really, you have to be really accurate in the contact area because there's less players. You have to be really good on the passing skills and catching, so it's a great way, to put into the pathway to get these girls ready for international rugby.
That's a good point, well made by Greg Woods. And tens as well is very popular in the southern hemisphere in particular. I've seen it played at the Hong Kong Sevens. It's almost a tournament within the tournament, and you believe me, there's a tremendous competition for that title.
The alternative game, within our rugby family, really, all it does is heighten the skills and the condition that's needed to play. So, the more the girls are comfortable in space, the more they're comfortable at taking the ball, and the more conditioning they have, will only put them in good stead to play 15-a-side, certainly at a high level.
We've seen some great handling skills from youngsters from junior level. When I say junior, we saw some primary schools here yesterday. The handling was terrific. And the fear is, and it was expressed here yesterday, that when they move on to sort of senior rugby, then those innate skills perhaps are coached out of them, some players, and that's certainly been a criticism in the past.
Yeah, sometimes, one thing I would say, we've seen some real good skill level today, already in this game, with the ball going across the back line on multiple occasions, and the more the children pass the ball, the more they catch it, the better they get, and as they go to senior level, it is a little bit different from in terms of intensity and physicality, but the core skills have still got to be there, and this week, highlights that across all our game.
So Coleg Gwent on their own 22-metre line. Look to break out. That's the try scorer, Molly Wakely. Amy Williams does well to keep the ball alive, and it's an injury to another Llandovery player.
That's the second or third turnover now in the contact area for Llandovery College. They've obviously seen that from the qualification round in Merthyr. They believe that's an area they can really target, Coleg Gwent in, and they've had some great benefit from that already.
As you say, the coaches down there at Llandovery, Nathan Thomas, very experienced former international, of course.
We made a comment when we watched the qualification round in Merthyr that I felt they were saying to us that, a couple of extra weeks preparation ready for the final, will benefit that, and it's such a tight game, and we, got two quality sides going at it today.
So it's Molly Pierce who's been injured. Llandovery player.
Sorry, Wyn, just to cut across, just on the field there, what rugby knowledge that they got. They got Steve Llewellyn, who's been a long-time lecturer. Who's played a lot of first-class rugby. You got Matthew Jones, the ex-Welsh 10 for the Ospreys, obviously at Coleg Gwent, and obviously Scotty Matthews, who is the ex-Crosskeys and current Pontypool captain. So, the girls have fantastic coaching. Yep. And the resources that are going into them daily. Hence why they're in the final of the national competition. And
how good is it to see former players, giving of their experience and benefit and putting something back into the game?
Oh, massively. And, it's across all our game, women, male and female, it's important that when they retire, we want to keep them in the game. If that's refereeing, if that's coaching, if that's volunteering within their club or school, that's exactly what you want to see.
So Llandovery resources depleted by the loss of Molly Pierce. So it's two members they've lost from their ranks now. So Meg Glover is on for Llandovery College in place of Molly Pierce, and wearing 16, that's Holly Rowsell.
Number 12, Meg Glover, replaces number 2, Molly Pierce.
Kyle Lewis just making sure that the Gwent players are back the mandatory 10 metres. Caddy Williams running across field. In goes Lizzie Reagan, wearing 3 for Coleg Gwent, and she's done well. She's ripped the ball back for her team now. Then Gwent have the advantage of the numbers over the narrow side if they can work it. And referee Lewis was waiting for advantage, which goes Coleg Gwent's way.
That contact area is really contested in there. You can see it in the first half so far. So many penalties given there. You know, I think both sides would like to have a lot more support players in that contact area to make sure they win the ball back.
Clean ball into the hands there of Amy Williams. Tight to the near touchline. Molly Waitley brushes aside the first tackler. And the referees have been very keen on that breakdown area and holding on to the ball on the ground, trying to keep the game flowing.
I bet both sets of coaches win would probably be saying at half time, when you take it into contact, make sure the nearest person is there, is being very accurate, is nice and low body position, and blown away that sort of opposition player out of that contact area. I believe the team that does that will probably go on to have more possession, more carries, hopefully more scores.
It's stolen by Coleg Gwent. That's Chloe Thomas-Bradley. They've got some pace on the wideouts. Oh, well taken up to halfway and still driving forward. That's Summer Chick. Yeah, the pressure means that Coleg Gwent retain the possession. Waitley delivers again. Oh, this is great stuff from Coleg Gwent. Looking to work it wide. This is Amy Williams. Beats the first tackler, almost gets round the second, and desperately trying to keep the ball alive. That's the best passage of play we've had in this match, and it's come from Coleg Gwent.
Great backline play there. The interaction between Summer Chick and Molly Powell down that far right hand side was excellent. You know, they covered some great ground.
So for the first time, Llandovery on the defensive here. Set, good line out. De Vera, nice angle. Cutting back on the weak inside shoulder, not clearly well drilled. Caddy Williams. Ball checked into one arm from Charlotte McNaughton. Advantage Llandovery. And they have yet another player down. But in the meantime, Lucy Davis looks for a second try. But she was well marshalled. However, Kai Lewis brings them back.
That was a really important tackle by Natalie Barnes there on that far side. Obviously the speedster for Llandovery was just about to get away, but Natalie made a great cover tackle.
Well, if Llandovery can work the ball cleanly to Lucy Davis, they certainly have a match winner. In the meantime, off camera, it's Catherine Lewis who's down receiving attention. Just sitting up.
The centres become really important in 12-a-side because obviously they have to be effective in the contact area. They have to cover ground, and that example of Natalie Barnes then making up that extra yardage to get out wide to make that sort of try-saving tackle really from 50 yards out, because I believe if she missed that, probably Lucy Davis was back into the sticks again. So a really important tackle there.
Just a reminder that the final match of the day will be contested between Christ College Brecon and Ysgol Gyfun Ystalvera, whose supporters are here already in the stands, eagerly awaiting the final. Oh, another walking wounded. So that's the third player now having to depart in this first half from Llandovery, and that's just showing how physical this game is. So Catherine Lewis departs. Florence Evans comes on, wearing 10.
That's really unlucky for Llandovery to have 3 major injuries really in the first half of any final. Is really disruptive. So, you know, hopefully they can regather their thoughts now when they start again.
Yeah, they were slightly short-staffed coming into this final. They've got 3 players on permit from the Scarlets. Ball in two hands, that's good to see. Amy Williams was not going to get the better of Bryony Slater. So this will be a line out for Llandovery, who had to regroup following injuries to 3 key players.
I'm sure you can see the Matthew Jones influence here with ball in two hands. You know, you don't know if you're going to pass left or right or dummy, etc. It makes it such difficult for the defender when you carry it in two hands. Excellent skill from Natalie Barnes. And
we've seen a few players, you know, as you say, ball in two hands, and they do sort of dazzle the opposition for that split second. Just standing up the opposition. It's surprising how you see at senior level, at senior men's level, the number of players that hold the ball in one hand, and very often the wingers on the holding it in the inside arm.
Well, you know, it's a critical part of our pathway. You know, at mini and junior level, you know, we state as a Welsh Rugby Union to carry the ball in two hands. You know, really at the young age, you know, it just encourages the pass, you know, both ways, and also just gives you a lot more attacking options.
So it'll be Llandovery's attacking option here. Then the pressure at the scrum, and the ball sort of spills out and snapped up very quickly there by Coleg Gwent. Katie Bevans it was, but some infringement on the floor gives Lucy Davis an opportunity, and we know that she's got pace, and she is away and heading for the hills for her second score. Well, that's what Llandovery need to do, get the ball into her hands.
You know, the work at the contact area again, a crucial turnover in midfield, quick tap penalty, excellent sets of hands, put Lucy Davis away. You know, Coleg Gwent will have to do something in that wide channel. They'll have to get the space in a little bit better, get it a little bit wider, maybe put 2 people in that far channel to make sure you cut her space down. But what a fantastic try, and what a final she's having.
She certainly is. Now then, De Vera. It's a good attempt. Oh, almost a brilliant attempt, hitting the crossbar from wide out. The angle was a tight angle too.
Yeah, De Vera made that, you know, made the turnover in the midfield, you know, and done that quick tap penalty. So her speed of thought, you know, really created that try for Lucy Davis. You know, Coleg Gwent now really, the one area is probably really letting them down is that contact area. You know, when they do have the ball again, turnover quite regular. You know, so if they can keep hold of the ball, I'm sure they'll cause Llandovery, you know, trouble. But, you know, they certainly have to sort out that contact area.
Jenna De Vera. Co-captain of the Wales under-18 side, and you may have seen her on the BBC's Scrum 5 over the weekend. And finds touch.
Once again, is another penalty that Coleg Gwent are giving away, you know, in that contact area. Is more the ball carrier can do. They have to do a long present. They have to get the ball away from the defensive player. They've just got to be a little bit more active when they take that ball into contact.
So standing on the whitewash, that's Lucy Davis. Maisie Davis, rather. Llandovery on the front foot. Just lost forward by Coleg Gwent. So we'll go in 15 metres. Well, we've mentioned a few times over the last few days that we haven't got the benefit of communication between referee and assistant referees, but the clear communication again from the referee here by the hand signals. Oh, good drive from Coleg Gwent, but somehow they've conspired to lose possession.
That's a big scrum there, especially off the front row. Curtis Clements, Molly Wigley and Lizzie Regan. You know, that's exactly what you need to do in a final when you 1 score down. Make sure that your set piece starts functioning. You know, that's a real powerful scrum from them.
So we go down again. I like to see that little bit of niggle between 2 scrum halves. Caddy Williams has spotted a half chance around the fringes there. Llandovery just about managed to get the ball away to De Vera. Brushes aside a second tackler, hauled down by Amy Williams. Now there should be space here somewhere, as Williams had gone in off her wing. This is Florence Evans, the replacement. Support is there, and the ball is available. And away they come again through Meg Glover. The ball strikes Maisie Davis in the face, didn't go forward. Again, it's Amy Williams this time, spinning out of the tackle on Robin Kovacic. Will it go wide this time? Good angle there from not sure who it was. I think there may be a mix of other numbers here. Llandovery go left, go wide. Lucy Davis waiting for that final pass before she gets into overdrive, but she's well covered this time by Molly Powell.
Yeah, it's good defence of Colin Gwent. They were short there when the play started. You know, maybe that ball could have gone a little bit quicker to Lucy Davis then to give her that extra yard, but fantastic defence by Molly Powell. She'll be really good. You know, that'll give her confidence then, put a good tackle into touch. Hopefully Colin Gwent win the line out.
So 30 minutes each way in this final. It's advantage to Llandovery. Robin Kovacev. Bryony Slater. Charlotte McNaughton. Looking to release Florence Evans. Ball not quite going to hand. Florence McNaughton there wearing number 9. Lives in Dubai and has represented the Exiles at the Dubai Sevens. And of course, Llandovery College, well, they happy to greet budding students and aspiring sportsmen and sportswomen from all over.
And we're very fortunate that we got Dubai weather here today as well, Win.
Yes, we have, certainly. Not a scorcher, especially in the west stand here, in the shadows, in the shade. The kick downfield from Natalie Barnes. Bounce is kind for Florence Evans. Davis, more than a hint of a forward pass. But again, we were playing under referee's advantage for a high tackle.
I think this next 5 minutes is really critical for Colin Gwent, because obviously they haven't had much territory in possession in their half. Llandovery is building phases in there. They're certainly looking to get to that edge, to get to their speedster. You know, this is a real big defensive 5 minutes really for Colin Gwent to make sure they keep within one score.
10 points to 5. That's the Llandovery advantage. And where's that going? Still on the field of play. Colin Gwent still under pressure inside their own 22, where they've been for the greater part of this opening half. It's a wild kick into midfield, well taken by Bryony Slater. Can't get away though from Molly Wakely. Llandovery, no surprise that they go left again. That's Meg Glover. McNaughton. It's been called for by Caddy Williams, an injection of pace. Referee Kyle Lewis in very quick with the whistle there.
This is a proper cup final, really tense, very nervy. There's one score, you know, is everything that the National Cup final should be. You know, hopefully now we'll get a bit of flow into the game. The contact area will speed up a little bit, you know, because there's some great athletes out there to show their skills. Yeah,
and there is a trophy at stake, of course, and pride. I'm not quite sure which is the more important of the two. So Gwent get out of their own 22, and they have the advantage of the lineouts, the throw-in at the lineout. And Amy Williams is on the wide outside. She's some 20 metres in from touch beneath us here in the grandstand. The ball is on its way, or was, might still do. Ball didn't go forward. They're running out of space on the narrow side here is Natalie Barnes. Amy Williams cuts back inside. Good work, and yeah, looking to create some space on the narrow side, perhaps, but they get the penalty. Llandovery not rolling away after the tackle. Now then, there's something afoot here. I can see the Coleg Gwent girls organising themselves. So round the back it goes.
That's a prime example there. When you take the ball into contact, you know, you just can't fall there to make sure that the defender comes in. You've got to be a little bit more active. You've got to push the ball back a little bit quicker to make sure, give your team that opportunity to get over it. So, you know, Llandovery are really accurate in this, you know, in the breakdown. You know, that must be 5, 6, 7 turnovers they've had already in the first half. He's just stopping Coleg Gwent's momentum at the moment.
So Maisie Davis delivers into the hands of Caddy Williams. Straight running of Robin Kovacev, and it's been stolen by Lizzie Reagan. I wish the ground could swallow me up, I think, is what's being suggested. Couldn't quite latch on to that pass, but Gwent get the penalty.
Coleg Gwent front row have put in a real good shift in this first half. The solid set piece at scrum and line out. They've had some critical turnovers. They've had some good carries. Their work rate is superb.
Change of direction. Now then, Abby Merrick takes play up to the 10-metre line. The support is there. A little slow perhaps, Wakely. And De Vera has to get out of there. The referee's arm is extended, waiting for advantage for Coleg Gwent. It's still there, the advantage is still there. Nikita Olsen wears 10. Now then, this time perhaps Natalie Barnes is busy. Amy Williams at last with more room to manoeuvre, and she's going for the corner, steps back inside. Not sure that was the best idea. Then again, what do I know? She's in under the sticks.
What a fantastic finish by Amy Williams, you know, especially to get the conversion under the post. You know, Molly Wakely, Natalie Barnes, they're influential players for Coleg Gwent, and you can see that in that last phase of play. But what a finish by Amy Williams. What one winger can do, the other one certainly can as well.
That's a great effort from Coleg Gwent, which brings them back on terms, and this conversion could give them the lead for the first time. Drop goal attempt finds its mark, and for the first time in this match, Coleg Gwent edge Llandovery College by 12 points to 10.
Oh, Coleg Gwent would be over the moon with that. You know, they've soaked up a lot of pressure. They've been in their own half for a long periods of time, you know, but they've executed 2 really well worked tries once they have got that territory and kept hold of the ball.
So having defended for a good period of time, Coleg Gwent find themselves with a lead here, and they certainly deserved that lead on the balance of their defensive effort and the breakthrough and working the ball wide to Amy Williams. And I like the look of Natalie Barnes there. She knows exactly what needs to be done, create the space for Amy Williams, and she has the pace.
Oh, she certainly caught the eye, especially in the first half. She's had some very good moments for Coleg Gwent. And like I said, the influential players now have to take their stamp on this game. They have to get on the ball. They have to have lots of involvement. You know, and they've certainly done that in the last couple of minutes.
Ball from the top of the line out. Just lost forward momentarily there by Natalie Barnes. We've just been speaking of her in glowing terms.
Yeah, the commentator's curse here, you know. It was a very difficult ball to catch.
It was.
You know, but in all fairness, you know, like I said, they'd be really pleased, Coleg Gwent, now if they can hold out this defensive set, because, you know, they've been under a lot of pressure, and to be leading by 2 points, I think they'd be over the moon.
Fed in by Caddy Williams. That's a good shove, though, from Coleg Gwent. Round the corner, the long way round goes Caddy Williams into the hands of De Vera. Oh, lovely dummy there. And she is in, thumping the ball down underneath the posts. And no sooner have Coleg Gwent scored down the far end that Llandovery College strike back.
De Vera has been very positive since she's come on. When she received that ball, she saw the defender go past her outside shoulder. She stepped off her left foot, and had some great acceleration then to get the try. What a fantastic moment for her.
And the conversion is hurried and missed at the same time. But Llandovery find themselves back in the lead, 15 points to 12. Well taken try in some 2-3 minutes remaining of this first half, 30 minutes each way.
How often do you see that? A real positive scrum from Coleg Gwent, going on the front foot, a bouncing ball at the back to scrum. Llandovery dealt with it well, and just some individual brilliance, one step, one missed tackle, under the post.
Yeah, things can go also wrong in that situation, can't they? A bit over exuberance perhaps, and the ball is spilt forward, but Llandovery kept their heads and kept their focus. Oh, it's a cruel bounce. Good chasing from Amy Williams, but equally good work by Emily James, the number 4 of Llandovery College. Look for the step from Katie Bevans. Needs support, needs help here. Llandovery again have done sterling work in winning possession back. Carrie Williams spotted a half chance perhaps. That's Davis. Llandovery College really into the stride here now through Meg Glover. It's the handling that's letting them down on occasion.
But their work in the contact area is absolutely superb. Any opportunity they have, they're very accurate, you're very efficient, you're not giving too many penalties away while they're attempting the jackals, and they're coming up with the ball. They're really causing Coleg Gwent problems getting out their own half.
Yeah, the focus on the tight has been very good, in fact, and it's just when into the wide open spaces that there's a bit of a flutter and a bit of a mishandling at the same time. Gwent, all good stuff here, breaking 1-2 tackles, and away goes Molly Powell. Well, end-to-end stuff here, and the scoreboard is changing every other minute.
There's another 1-2 there, Natalie Barnes and Molly Powell. Natalie Barnes held that ball for an extra second to draw that defender and put her winger away. What a classy play there. But the pace and the power to finish that, they're going end to end. Two fantastic teams going at each other.
Yeah, Molly Powell, another representative of the Wales under-18 side, took part in that festival in Scotland recently. Now a Sychan schoolgirl. She can cause problems for any defence, as we've just seen. Good strength being shown by her.
But what a fantastic example there of someone holding the ball for that one extra second to draw the defender in, to give the winger the space to go down, to go down the wing. Fantastic play by Natalie Barnes. So
the conversion is missed, but that's the last piece of action of the entertaining first half, it has to be said. And Llandovery, having stolen a march early on, find themselves trailing by 2 points at the break. Llandovery College ladies 15, the Coleg Gwent ladies 17.
Coleg Gwent 17. Thanks, Joe.
Welcome back to the Principality Stadium. We just about ready to get underway with the second half of the under-18s female cup final. Don't like calling them females, so I call them ladies, I think. At 12 aside, half an hour each way, and at the break it's Coleg Gwent who lead by 17 points to 15, overturning a 5-point advantage to Llandovery at the outset in the opening minutes. So it'll be Coleg Gwent in the darker strip here to restart once Kai Lewis sets his watch. Everyone ready? So away we go. Not the best of kicks perhaps, but it's taken by Holly Rousel, and first possession of the second half goes Llandovery's way. A quick look there was Molly Pearce. The dangerous run on the outside is Lucy Davis. She's got 2 tries to her name already, wearing 14 nearest to us here. It's on its way. Catherine Lewis. Change of direction from Maisie Davis there. Catherine Lewis. Well, she was injured in the opening half hour or so. It's good to see her back. 3 injuries to significant injuries to Llandovery players in the opening half hour. Caddy Williams shakes off the tackle and puts in a kick behind Katie Bevans. Almost came off, but she's a threat, isn't she, around the base of the scrum? There's Katie Bevans, and for Llandovery, as I say, it's Caddy Williams. So for Llandovery, Meg Glover is off, Molly Pearce is on, and in the meantime there's another injury to a Llandovery player just inside their own half, so there'll be a little time added on here. It's a tough old game, Greg.
Yeah, Llandovery have had, this is the 4th really sort of major injury that they've had. There's a lot of disruption in the cup final. Obviously they have to rotate their bench and probably make a little substitutes a little bit earlier than they probably would have liked. But sometimes that works in your favour. They're fresh, they're coming on. The girls would have watched what's going on there. They would have the way that the game is going. So, I thought Llandovery have coped well so far with the amount of injuries that they've had.
Yeah, it certainly disrupted their performance, but they good value for their 15 points. The tries that they've taken, De Vera, and 2 for Lucy Davis. Well, we had the cart on once or twice for the injuries, but again the attendance, the medical attention is second to none. Referee Kai Lewis just trots over to see what the injury is all about.
I'm sure the Coleg Gwent coaching staff are a little bit nervous here. You'd always like to be in their half when they restart the game, or they're deep in their 22 here. Their concentration levels have got to be spot on, from the set piece to making sure that their either attack or defence game is on point. So Llandovery are thinking here now, if we get the first score after half time, get our momentum, get our confidence up. Is finely balanced.
Yeah, it's Charlotte McNaughton who's being helped off. Number 9 on the back, hobbling off. You could see that the trainer was concentrating on the knee injury, as it appears. Well, reference had been made in previous matches to how hard the ground is. Well, it's been watered overnight, and we've had a lot of games on the field over the last few days, so it's not surprising that it's a little bit hard underfoot.
That's a real loss for Llandovery. Charlotte's service was superb, really. Real quick speed of pass from the base of those rucks and scrums. Hopefully she's okay and is not too bad of injury.
Yeah, Llandovery again have had to regroup. Good chasing from Bryony Slater. But Colin Gwent have it well covered. Bevans again looking to break out. The support is there from Abby Merrick. Referee waiting for advantage. A high tackle this time. So into the sun. That's Molly Wakely. A half tackle on her. Natalie Barnes spotted a gap. She's not going to be caught, is she? Up to the 22. Giving chase, though, is Fionn Smith for Llandovery. Tries to pull back her shirt, but Natalie Barnes extends Coleg Gwent's lead. Good vision from the Coleg Gwent number 12. But she had a lot of work to do and a lot of ground to cover.
Well, she's been impressive all game, you know, as just reward for her performances so far. You know, fantastic break, you know, on the halfway line, acceleration in the first 10 yards, you know, and the speed and the conditioning to finish it. It was a fantastic chase back by Fionn Smith, Llandovery College, but, you know, what a great finish by Natalie Barnes. She's having a huge influence on this game.
And she's trying to get a heart rate down now, probably, to take this conversion. Some 10 metres in from the far touchline. Steadying herself, eyeing the posts. It was a big ask, wasn't it, after that lung-bursting effort from her to get to the trial and almost caught. But Coleg Gwent are out to 22 points against Llandovery's 15.
Yeah, it's a big moment in the game now. You know, I think the next score is going to be pretty crucial. So players like Molly Wakely, Natalie Barnes, Molly Powell, Bevans at 9, you know, it's important that those for Coleg Gwent now really step up, get hold of the ball, you know, have positive influences on the game. Yeah,
we'd suggest that Coleg Gwent have the upper hand because of these disruptions to Llandovery. 4 injuries, and at least one of the injured players is back on. That's a great run here from Amy Williams. Can she keep the ball in play? It just trickles over into touch, and she may have had a foot in touch as well, but the intent was there, the ambition was there, and you've got to compliment that.
That's the first time I think Llandovery's chase was a little bit slower. You know, I think Coleg Gwent really now, I think the momentum is shifting in their favour. I think they'll really squeeze the next 5 minutes now to really up the tempo and really try and get that next score.
Coleg Gwent almost got a hand to it. That's Holly Rousel. The numbers with Llandovery out wide. De Vera spinning on her axis there was Bryony Slater, and that's halted the momentum somewhat, but it's in the hands of the speedster Lucy Davis. May well have come off the Coleg Gwent hand, Summer Chick's hand possibly. Loose ball picked up by Robin Kovacev. Again, Llandovery on the attack through Catherine Lewis. Can't get that ball away cleanly.
There's a great battle on the wing, isn't it, between Molly Powell and Lucy Davis here. Real speedsters going, you know, one-on-one now. He's coming again this side.
Certainly is. Bryony Slater secking in 2 or 3 Coleg Gwent defenders. There should be space somewhere out wide. Not sure that was the best tactic, but it might yet work out. Probably not, with Katie Bevans back in defence, and she turned defence into attack. Quickly snapped up by Molly Wakely, moving it wide to Amy Williams again. Oh, she's cut back inside, but she's been denied by the eagle-eyed referee's assistant on the far side. Coleg Gwent looking to run it out of their own defence.
Yeah, Katie Bevans done a fantastic job here, sweeping in the 9 position for that kick over. You know, regathered the ball really well, and they are looking to score on his edges. So, you know, Coleg Gwent are really looking dangerous.
It's been stolen by Coleg Gwent. It didn't go Llandovery, and they got their hands on the ball. But illegally done, says referee Lewis. And sends Llandovery back the mandatory 10 metres. So rush from the forwards. But no harm done, ball didn't go forward. And all the Coleg went ladies crowded over on the far side. Amy Williams full of running, and knowing that there are forwards out, then again she's been denied.
Last gasp tackle again, 3 times now that's happened, so, you know, Llandovery, that's a warning. They were just touching on the half-backs for Coleg Gwent. You know, they both come through our, I would say, hub setup. You know, Katie Bevans from the Jesters up in Blaenau Gwent, up the top of the Blaenau Gwent Valley, playing out of RTB Ebervale and Tredegar. And Nikki Olsen has come from our, you know, our Chargers hub. You know, it's a fantastic environment for young girls to come and play rugby. You know, at all ages, all the way through, all the way up to senior rugby. So, you know, it's great to see products of our hub program, you know, flourishing on the National Stadium today.
So Jesters, Chargers, Nelson Bells.
Yeah, it's the Knights. They all got great names. You know, I'd like the Jesters as a personal favourite, but you know, they're across Wales. You know, and they, you know, they're vibrant. They got full of young female athletes and players who want to become a professional rugby player now, but also just want to play for fun.
Oh, that's good. That's good news.
You know, and it's great to see all the girls out there today that represent their hubs. You know, with great pride.
There's determination here writ large on De Vera's face, and she's made the breakthrough. She'll go all the way here. Surely she won't be caught. No, she won't. And that's a second try under the posts for the flying Jenna De Vera.
What a player. You know, has 2 great tries now in the middle of the field, using her footwork and her speed and acceleration to go through. She's had a huge impact since she's come onto the field.
She certainly has, and she's brought Llandovery College back within 2 points with the conversion to come.
It's critical at 12-a-side when, you know, you miss one tackle, you know, it was a line break, and if you've got the speed to finish, then, you know, it was a real harsh game there, you know, and the athleticism you're seeing from players like Jenna De Vera, you know, has been superb.
And the turf again, it would appear, is taking its toll. The try scorer Jenna De Vera is down receiving attention. So crowd in the east stand, enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the spectacle as well of the ladies' final here. It's going to be Christ College Brecon against Ysgol Gyfun Ystalvera in the final of the cup itself, and that's something to look forward to. Kick off at 5:10, so stay with us if you can. That's in about 40 minutes time. So De Vera still down, receiving attention. And good support for all these teams. It's been good all over the last few days. And if you can come along, well, there's plenty of rugby to come here at the Principality Stadium tomorrow, and all through next weekend when we have more ladies' finals. And their season comes to a climax on the Monday.
This is a huge loss for Llandovery if De Vera has to go off. You know, she's scored 2 fantastic tries, you know, in this final, and it's so disappointing to see her being injured in the act of scoring.
She is the playmaker, isn't she? She makes things happen for Llandovery College.
Great first receiver, fantastic footwork. You know, got the speed as well when you made that line break. Absolutely ideal for 12-a-side. So, you know, really disappointed to see her leaving the field.
Yeah, the cart is back on, and I think that she's sitting up. She's standing up. That's a good sign. And the cart will not be needed. That's an even better sign. A gentle rub. And easy as the pain. So she's going to try and run that injury off. And now receiving the congratulation of the crowd as Maisie Davis sends that one home to level the scores at 22 points all.
That's a great conversion, you know, considering, you know, the length of time that Maisie had to wait then, you know, from the time the try was scored to taking it, you know, to make it a tied game. You know, these two teams don't quit. You know, we think that one's got momentum, the other one then, you know, brings a foothold back in by scoring a fantastic try.
Yeah, plenty of grit and determination. We thought perhaps there had been a momentum shift in favour of Coleg Gwent, but no sooner than we'd mentioned it that Llandovery strike back through Jenna De Vera, and she's back in the ranks. So here we go again. Bryony Slater wearing 1, number 11, that's Fionn Smith. Lucy Davis won't find a way through 3 Coleg Gwent defenders. Lizzie Reagan just about manages to gather at the back of the line out. So as the game progresses, you just do feel, you know, that the pitch is going to get the better of the players, as much as, you know, the legs will get heavy and mistakes might well creep into it, crucial mistakes. But Llandovery still full of running, it appears. Lucy Davis again finds her path blocked, and again by Katie Bevans on the narrow side.
I always feel watching tight finals is always the team that wants to go and win it and not think about losing it. You know, I think that, you know, they have to have that mentality and that sort of approach to it, and certainly these two teams have the skill and the firepower to go and win this final.
I certainly do. Who wants it the most? Katie Bevans caught in possession. And running into a heap of trouble there was Nikita Olsen. Passing not going to hand, so it's advantage Llandovery, and this is where they want to be playing the rugby, in the opposition 22.
You know, I can already see some of the girls looking up at the scoreboard, etc. You know, it's really important they just play the next phase of play, you know, making sure that they build those scores, etc. You know, if you start thinking about what the final outcome is and how long left, etc., you know, there's a lot of rugby left and there's a lot of strike runners out there, so they can score any time.
Yeah, they should only have one thought, and that's to win the game first of all. Get the score, or get a try, and the score will look after itself for the final score. Good bridging there from Robin Kovacev, making sure that the ball did come back on Llandovery's side. It's a handling error. I'll give Coleg Gwent the scrum. Bevans, oh, lovely work. Up to halfway. Sometimes you just need to retain the ball, don't you? Trying too hard at the moment, overplaying.
The Jester done fantastic there. The Bevan, she, you know, picked it up back to scrum, made a great play. And like you said, sometimes you just have one more phase of play. You know, take the ball, recycle it, you know, and then pass. Try to force it sometimes, you know, creates those errors.
That's a good solid scrum from Llandovery this time. De Vera, how much has that injury taken out of her, I wonder. Bryony Slater takes it back into contact. Quick ball to Kovacev. Oh, well taken by De Vera. Kovacev again is there on hand. So just inside the Llandovery half. Maisie Davis, long flowing hair. Oh, well read by Amy Williams.
Number 15, Lucy Hall, replacing number 19, Carrie Williams.
So any number of handling errors at the moment. I don't know, perhaps the temperature's dropped a degree or two, perhaps as the shadows extend across the field. My hands are feeling of the cold up here in the commentary position, but then we've been in the shade all day. Good shove from Llandovery College. Bevans. Up very quickly there was De Vera. Llandovery again looking to move it wide. The passing is not as crisp as they would want it to be.
Yeah, a little bit of tiredness coming in now, and also the closer you get to that final whistle, obviously the nerves and the attitude of, you know, the pressure of being accurate really up, you know, upscale. So, you know, one team now just got to keep hold of the possession, go forward, keep recycling it, and get it to the speed on the edge. So, you know, it's all to play for.
Yeah, accuracy and ball retention is what's needed. And you feel that the team that will do that for one more score might well clinch it. So where's Florence Evans going? Looking for a gap that wasn't there. The colleagues did well to ensure they retained possession.
I'm sure the Llandovery would want the ball to be getting De Vera as much as possible, really, just to make sure that something happens. You know, accurate passing out wide. So at the moment, the game is just stuck in that middle part of the field. You know, hopefully now from this solid set scrum now, Coleg Gwent can launch an attack.
So all the Coleg Gwent back division on this side of the field. Neat little interplay between them, and Amy Williams has come over from the left, and this could well be the winning score. Who knows this time? The referee's assistant won't have any say in the matter. Tripping along the touchline on the far side there on 3 or 4 occasions, only to be denied. But in the end, it had to come, didn't it? And it has come for Amy Williams, who gives Coleg Gwent the advantage going into the final minutes here.
Coleg Gwent would be really pleased with that, especially the back line. You know, it's a great start to play. Olsen, Williams, Barnes, you know, they really accurate to make sure they got that ball to Amy Williams, who finished it superbly again from 50 metres. We haven't scored any 2-yard tries today. They've all been from 50 yards out. Fantastic winger tries, and like I said, you know, they were accurate. They went forward, they passed the hand, etc. Coleg Gwent would be really pleased with that.
Hardly any pick and goes and drive over. And the conversion is good, so Coleg Gwent have a converted try advantage, which means that Llandovery need to score twice if they are to clinch the trophy.
It was a great decoy line. I think it was from Natalie Barnes, or it could have been that Summer Chick, the other centre. I missed who it was, but what it did, it held Llandovery's defence to allow them to get the ball to Amy Williams to create the space out wide.
So Llandovery kick long. Finding Abby Merrick, who's just come back on, I think. I'm okay, she says. That's Holly Rousel who took that hit. And just to check that all is well, all is in order. Pertinent questions being asked. We're very wary of head injuries at every facet of the game, at every level.
It's a real similar position that they just scored from. You know, scrum in the midfield. You know, will they do the same play again?
Well, they split 2 and 2 on either side of the scrum this time, or 3 this, yeah, yes. 3 and 2. So Llandovery looking to get the drive on as Coleg Went go to the narrow side. And Amy Williams there again, but she's well covered, but she's done well to retain possession, lays it back. Caris Clements wearing 1. Merrick taking the ball into contact. Llandovery caught offside, so a chance for Coleg Went to put the ball down as far as they can into the Llandovery College 22, or into touch nearer perhaps, because they have the advantage.
This game was swayed back and forth. It just feels over the last couple of minutes of Coleg Went just asserting their sort of territory and possession on Llandovery. If they score next, it could be the crucial score.
So the passes are sticking for the moment. It must have been a close call. There's still time for Llandovery College.
It's a proud day for all the young female players that are playing today, and for their families to watch and play on the stadium and representing their colleges, you know, with great pride. And you know, what a fantastic game has been so far.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. So Llandovery College looking to get back on terms, taking out 2 Coleg Went defenders. You know, there's a clear penalty infringement there. The man in pink is the final judge of fact, of course, whether you agree with him or not. Maisie Davis has given that one an almighty thump and takes play up to the 22. So Coleg Went will need to be on their guard here.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Maisie Davis today. Good ball carrier, superb in the contact area by winning turnovers, and also just seen her in a great touch finder as well. So an all-round player.
So it all starts with Maisie Davis. Over the top it goes, thanks very much. Say Coleg Went, well read. So how did it come back on the Llandovery side? Well, it's a little harum scarum at the moment. So Abby Merrick thinks, right, I'll hang on to this for a while. Now to Molly Wakely, scored the first try. Great pass, good hands. And Amy Williams is away once again, up to the 22. Llandovery looking to get a hand on her, but she's home and dry, and Coleg Went, I should think now, are home and dry as well. It looked as if Llandovery were going to get the possession down the far end of the field, but the breakaway came, and they've only got to ask Amy Williams, have a go. And have a go she did.
Yeah, great finish by Amy Williams, but you know, take you back to the halfway win where a fantastic right-handed 20-metre pass off Summer Chick, who really put her on the drift to that outside of the defender. You know, the centre-wing combination has worked really well this second half for Coleg Went, but what a great finish again by Amy Williams.
So Natalie Barnes to take Coleg Went further away from Llandovery College, and she does so with a neat little conversion from in front of the post. So Llandovery College 22, Coleg Went 36.
Position by Natalia Barnes.
But for those injuries to the Llandovery players, that's disrupted their patterns and their play. You have to ask whether they might be that much closer, but you know, they're still in the race.
Yeah, and Coleg Gwent would be really happy behind the scrum there. You know, the last 2 tries have come from real accurate passing, so their pass accuracy and training and the skills that they're working on, you know, day to day are really paying off, because what it does do is allow speedsters like Amy Williams to have that 1 yard of space, etc., then to use her speed to benefit.
So Maisie Davis sends it long, finds Abby Merrick. And she steadied the ship, didn't she, from that line out initially. That led to the latest Gwent try. I just feel now that Coleg Gwent just need to, in footballing terms, put their foot on the ball, because they're well in control. Olsen. Out to Natalie Barnes. Summer Chick. Chick over the 10-meter line. Can she go all the way? I think she can, you know. Unless she can be headed off. No, she can't. And rounds the final Llandovery College defender. Now that is it. Signed, sealed and delivered for Coleg Gwent.
Yeah, well, Summer Check set up the last try, and obviously she benefited for her own try today. But, you know, the centre partnership for Coleg Gwent had been really impressive. You know, from a defensive point of view, from their attacking prowess, etc., and also their finishing ability. I think that's it now for Coleg Gwent. I think they should wrap this final up.
Yeah, should think so, with a 19-point advantage. Although it was nip and tuck at the top of the second half there. The conversion is missed, but Coleg Gwent have a firm hand on the trophy.
It's all the hard work. I know the Hubboffs and Martin Cook and Scott Matthews and Matthew Jones, etc., that put into these girls, you know, all season round. So, you know, what a fantastic achievement for the college. You know, like I said, they got about 5 minutes to play, but I think, you know, with 3 scores up, you know, I think it's real difficult for Llandovery to get back into this.
It certainly is, but they'll still keep plugging away. Good tackle from De Vera on Abby Merrick.
And a placement for Coleg Gwent as well. Number 22, Savannah Picton-Powell.
So knock-on spotted by referee Lewis, and Llandovery College will get this scrum here. I wonder whether they can conjure up another score in the last 5 minutes. Kovachev gains a metre or two. Maisie Davis. It takes 2 Coleg Gwent players to bring her to ground. Well smuggled away though by Gwent's number 18, that's Madison Collins. Some tired bodies out there now, Greg.
Well, like we said at the start, you know, it was 12 aside on a huge pitch, you know, and, you know, the running rugby that we've seen and the tries that we scored, some of them girls should be tired, you know, and, you know, like I said, we've seen some exceptional tries today.
Yeah, we see Maisie Davis being escorted off there. She's had a cracking game, hasn't she? Such an influential player in the Llandovery College side, and deservedly receiving the plaudits and the applause of the supporters in the stand.
What a talent, and there's some real good talent in our Llandovery College. Lucy Davis, De Vera, you know, Maisie Davis, we just seen then, you know, they put in a hell of a shift, and they should be extremely proud of the efforts they've shown.
So Liv White is back on for Llandovery in place of Mallory Hopkins, wearing number 3. Snapped up at the base again by Coleg Gwent. Is there one more score in this match before referee Lewis blows the final whistle? Gwent again looking to conjure up a move in midfield. It's that centre axis again that's going to be influential. Savannah Picton-Powell, here she is wearing 22. That's Fionn Llewellyn and Amy Williams. Not quite this time, perhaps. Picton Powell onto Molly Wakely, who started it all, and she will round it off in style for Coleg Gwent.
We picked her out as one of the star players for Coleg Gwent, and you know, she's finished off a fantastic offloading move. It's down that far channel again with Amy Williams, is really prominent, you know, but you know, that's a fantastic way to finish the game.
Yeah, strength and stamina of Molly Wakely.
They'll certainly be celebrating in the Western Valley now up in Coleg Gwent and the Blaenau Gwent campus, you know, so...
As only they know how. So there is a smile, I'm sure, behind that gum shield, Greg.
I've been really impressed with our centre access, you know, for Coleg Gwent. They've been very influential, really, in all the positive movements that have happened.
And the more competition they have, of course, the more proficient they become. I mean, we can moan about the drop passes and what have you, but you can't bemoan the skills at all. The skills are there, the innate skills are there, and what's been coached into the players as well.
No, I've been really impressed. You know, like any cup final, sometimes balls go down because of tiredness and a little bit of nerves. But you know, some of the tries we saw and some of the accuracy of their offloading and passing, and you know, just impressed with their athleticism. You know, across Llandovery and Coleg Gwent. You know, they're doing the female game extremely proud at this level.
Kovacev. Will Llandovery, I wonder, get the final word here? Come again through Holly Rousel in midfield in the shadow of the Coleg Gwent posts. It's dug out for Meg Glover. Over the top it goes to Milleri Hopkins. One more pass might do it. Hanging on for dear life, that's Fionn Smith, needs support. Referee in very quickly on the holding on to the ball on the ground. Oh, where's that going? Into the hands of Bryony Slater, but she'll be disappointed because a loud blast on the referee's whistle will bring them all the way back.
Yeah, it's the right call. She wasn't back 10 when they took a quick tap penalty, so referee played a little bit of advantage, but obviously none come in, so back to that original offence.
So this could well be the final play of the match, and if you edited the highlights of this match, Greg, you'd be impressed, wouldn't you? It's just the odd mistake here and there, we can overlook those, but the intent is there, the ambition is there, and you've got to applaud that and commend it as well.
Oh, I thought there's been some superb skills on show. You know, I've been really impressed with the contact area, especially from Llandovery. I thought the set piece from Coleg Gwent had been excellent. And like I said, there's some standout players out there which have, you know, demonstrated their skills. But, you know, some of the tries, you know, you can make a try of the season highlight video from this game. You know, I don't think we've had one from 10 yards out. So, you know, from that, it's been, you know, a fantastic spectacle and something both sets of teams should be extremely proud of.
Yeah, well, it's been anything but boring, that's for sure. And when you consider the ladies' game, the female game in Wales at the moment, it's looking good. Wales have stepped up in the Six Nations. We got paid professionals and semi-professionals, so it augurs well. And there's every incentive for these girls really to press on now, isn't there?
I know that Kira was probably on comms you, one of our female rugby officers. You know, perfect example where that new professional athlete and the international player in Wales now, we're inspiring the next generation. You know, I have no doubt that, you know, we're watching future internationals here today. You know, and the more opportunity they get to play real good competitions, good coaching, playing with, you know, a quality standard of player, etc. You know, we're really happy in the progression we're doing. We can always do more. You know, and we're certainly doing that. And I know under Nigel Walker and Geraint John, we want to do that and give that game as much resources as we possibly can. But like today, you know, we got two great colleges coming together to put on a great spectacle. You know, they're all representing their hubs and clubs, you know, across Wales. And like you said, you know, everything's moving in the right direction.
Yeah, as Kira herself would say, 100%, Greg.
No, Kira, you know, I listened to her yesterday, you know, and the enthusiasm and the role model and inspiring the next sort of, you know, 8-year-old, 9-year-old to come and play rugby. That's exactly what we want. And you know, like I said, any young girl watching this game today and watching the skills of the wingers and the centre partnerships that we talked about all game, you know, they're inspiring the next generation. And you know, like I said, it's a great moment for these on the field, win or lose in a final. You know, people say about winning, but, you know, just to play on the Principality Stadium is a huge honour, you know, and I'm sure they'll remember this day for the rest of their lives.
Oh, they certainly will. They've worked hard for the privilege of representing their colleges here at the Principality Stadium, the citadel, the home of Welsh rugby. Scoreline at the moment reads Llandovery College 22, Coleg Gwent 46. It's only in the last 10 minutes or so that Coleg Gwent have edge clear, so to speak, and you just willing perhaps for Llandovery College to score another try to get back into it, but ultimately it was the pace of Amy Williams that took the game away perhaps from Llandovery College. Tried time and time again down the left flank there, only to be denied by some last-ditch tackling, but in midfield, well, in the wide open spaces she was over, and Molly Wakely as well getting her second.
Well, if it wasn't for some good defence, Amy Williams could be on 10 tries. You know, the amount of times that she was just last-ditch tackle really into that, and she fully deserves the tries that she have scored.
Just looking through my papers here as one of the Llandovery players again receiving attention. Well, on Saturday we'll have the National Shield final, Tonna against Crumlin, Bryn Cethyn against Llanharan in the bowl final, Treorchy against Penallta in the National Plate final, and then on Sunday it's going to be Senior Women's National Finals Day. We'll have a North Wales Cup final between Carnarvon and Cobra from the Llanwer Coranion area, South Wales Plate final between Lampeter and Blackwood, East against West, and it's East against West again in the South Wales Cup final, Bonamine against Llandaff. Come along if you can and support the women on Sunday, and then on the Monday it's Girls National Finals Day. Girls under 18s, that is. Straddy Sosmans against the Chargers, Caerwn and Conway from North Wales from Llanrwst against Cardiff Quins, Merched Mynydd Mawr, the Mynydd Mawr ladies from Tumble against the Chargers, and Nelson against Cardiff Quins in the girls under 15s National Cup final. So plenty to look forward to, look ahead to this coming weekend. Admission to the stadium is free. Come along if you can and support the players that deserve our support. So into the final minute. Llandovery still plugging away. That's Lucy Vaughan. Oh, that's her out on the wing here, and just looking at the yellow boots on the far side. So there we are then. The final whistle has been blown, and all the players of the Coleg Gwent squad come on and share the moment with their colleagues. The final scoreline then, Llandovery College 22. They can't be too dismayed really, having lost out to a very powerful Coleg Gwent side and a very well drilled Coleg Gwent side, and they finished on 46. But all those injuries to the Llandovery College ladies certainly disrupted their momentum.
Yeah, what a final win, and like I said, both teams done their colleges extremely proud. Some great tries on show, and like I said, it'll be a day to remember for them and their families.
Certainly will be. It's been good to have your comments here, Greg, in the commentary box. As indeed I had Kira yesterday, and had Keith Phillips earlier on today from Ystrad Gyrnlais, an old head. And Mike Thomas yesterday, and I hope to have Mike Thomas's company again tomorrow for the matches that come up. So handshakes all round.
For today's officials of the match as they collect their medals, Kai Lewis, Jonathan Evans and Jamie Kirkhouse.
So a proud day for Coleg Gwent, and let's see how adept the presentation party are. The photographer usually has his say at this stage of proceedings. but we have another final coming up, the final game of the day, and that's scheduled to kick off at 10 minutes past 5, so there won't be much time. So 8 minutes. So it's going to be a personal best from the presentation committee here to dispatch the medals and the trophy.
As they collect their medals, a huge round of applause for Llandovery College.
So still smiling, and yeah, even on one leg, and come to collect the medals. Now we've been entertained royally, and by the last young lady here, Jenna De Vera. What an inspirational player in this Llandovery College side. And we look to see more of her in the future, certainly at international level.
Now make some noise, make a massive cheer as the winners of today's match collect their medals.
And there is Keith Phillips, who was with me, alongside me earlier on, presenting the medals. I'm glad he's taken his cap off, showing respect to the ladies. Lizzie Reagan. It's been all worth it, hasn't it, Greg? All the effort, all the hard work.
Yeah, you know, this next 5 minutes for them, you know, all the photos, picking up the cup, you know, and this is the important thing about schools and club finals. You're playing with your friends, you know, you're playing with your day-to-day, you know, schoolmates and friendships, and these photographs and these memories will be with them forever. And you know, I've certainly won and lost in those changing rooms in cup finals. You certainly want to be in the winning one, you know, but you know, you still take a lot away from you know, if you have lost as well.
So were you one of those banging his head against the wall?
Yeah, you either crying with happiness or you're crying with sadness. So, but you know, the one thing that you'll always remember is those days, and you know, is some fantastic players that have played on the stadium, and these girls can put their name in, you know, in that now, and be extremely proud of that.
Certainly, I wish I could hear what Keith Phillips is telling all these girls, because he's got something to tell them, and there's a smile on their faces, whatever he's told them. There is the trophy, and it's a wonderful trophy to behold. Well, not too disappointed, are they? And they've known they've taken part, and they've competed well. Not just today, but throughout the tournament.
As the winners of the Under-18s Female Cup raise the deserved trophy, Coleg Gwent.
So Keith Phillips presenting the trophy to the victorious Coleg Gwent Senior Group Under-18s Female Cup Final winners in 2021-2022. They've defeated the ladies of Llandovery College by 46 points to 22, fully deserving of the trophy. So congratulations go to Coleg Gwent, who are the winners of the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Senior Group Under-18s Female Cup Final winners, defeating Llandovery College ladies by 46 points to 22. So back here at the Principality Stadium following that female cup final, we are ready to go with the final game of the day, which is the senior Spirit of Youth final cup between Christ College Brecon and Ysgol Gyfun Ystalbera, the Welsh language medium school in the Swansea Valley, based around Ystalbera and the Stragunlais. So the lineup for Christ College Brecon, the front row, Joe Rees, Jack Locke, Dan Heselton. Starting at lock forward, Lloyd Powell and Ewan McIntyre. Josh Edwards, Ewan Coyle and Owen Conker. That's the back row. Dan Buffrey, Jack Griffiths are at half-back, Liam Powell on the left wing, Charlie Harris on the right, Dylan Skirm and Matt Price are the centres, with Alex Williams starting at full-back. Replacements: Brad Evan, David Roberts, Tom McLean, Harry Holden, James Hayward, Cameron Shine, Finn O'Donovan and Jack Perrins. That's the Christ College Brecon starting lineup and replacements. So we move on. The lineup for Ystalbera: Owen Watts, Sean Lloyd, Johan Hildrup, Morgan Hines, Kai Smith, Kerith Davis, David Francis and the very influential Morgan Morse at number 8. Broderick Lewis Rees and Kian John start at half-back. Morgan Long is on the left, Kellan Carter on the right. Harry Lewis Rees joins Kearney Abraham at centre, and Ian Morgan starts at full-back. Cameron Thomas, Callum Kurzweil, Chris Harris, Joe Meek, Thomas Morris, Ellis Lewis, Morgan Thomas and Jack Pickin will come off the bench and hopefully make an impact as the game progresses. So clear skies above, greeting the teams onto the field of play for this final match on the Tuesday in the schools and colleges. It's their day today, it's been their day. It'll be 35 minutes each way in this Welsh Schools Rugby Union Senior Group final. We have an injured player on the field from the last tournament. And she might need a hand to get her off the field here. So there'll be a slight delay before the teams appear from the tunnels. And just to remind you, tomorrow again is a full day of competition here. If you can come along, come and support the teams in the junior schools group and intermediate group, and the host of games tomorrow, starting with the under-11s plate final at 10:30, junior group under-11s bowl final to follow, and the DC Thomas final at 12:10 p.m. Of course, all the games will be streamed as they have been today. Remind ourselves perhaps of the participants tomorrow for that under-11s DC Thomas Bowl final. To be Cardiff against Neath. The junior group plate final, Bridgend against Islwyn. The cup final between Pontypool and Swansea. Then we move on to the Lawrence Miller Bowl for the Welsh Schools Rugby Union intermediate group, and that's being played out between Cardiff A and Islwyn. Newport and Rumney will contest the Morgan Griffiths plate. And then the girls under 16s final, Ysgol Berwyn Bala against Plasmawr here in Cardiff. And finally tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock it'll be the Dewar Shield final between the Cardiff schools and the Rhondda schools. That kicks off at 7 o'clock. So we await the teams then for the final match of the day. And that's the cup final, the Spirit of Youth Male Cup final in the senior schools division, under 18s, contested by Christ College Brecon and Ysgolgyfyn Ystalfera.
Already offside before it was out. Out! You were offside before it was out. Hello, Reese. Look at you. I'm not always end up this side. Nobody else gets this. Nobody else gets a buggy around the stadium. There's chicken goose out again. How much does that cost? I'll hit that one as well, shall I? It's a grip, not grippy.
Okay. Just and the kickoff will be at 17:25 following an opportunity for the players to warm up and to stretch and to limber up in readiness for the cup final. Stay with us if you can. We'll be with you on air at 17:20 or thereabouts.
Bonfidio'n a bonfidesau, mae'r amser wedi dod I groesawu ein tîmau I cae. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has now come to welcome your finalists to the pitch.
Just about ready to get underway here at the Principality Stadium in Cardiff for the final match of this group of matches today on the Tuesday in the senior schools under-18s category. And this is the big one, the male cup final, contested between Ysgol Ystolvera over to my left and preparing to kick off against Christ College Brecon. So Jack Griffiths it is then to kick off this cup final. Our referee is Joseph Kiff, and he's supported by Martin Rudd and Geraint Morgan on the sidelines. A high testing ball, but it's snapped up by the Ystolvera fullback. That's Llian Morgan taking play deep into the Christ College 22. Right from the outset then, Ystolvera on the front foot. Neat little pass out the back door, not quite going to hand. Cellan Carter, he's the right wing. Running back into midfield to create space on the narrow side should it be required. And here they come again through Morgan Mose, the number 8, 17 years of age, and is already in the Wales under-20s squad and was this season for the Six Nations. A tremendous prospect in the ranks of the Ystolvera. And Ystolvera will look to play on him, no question of that. And I dare say that Christ College will have done their homework on the Ystolvera back row forward. So Jack Locke prepares to throw into the line out. Ystolvera managed to get a hand to it and steal it right on the Christ College 22. That's good work by the prop forward. Looked to be going all the way there, but Ystolvera penalised for crossing in midfield, but that's the threat of Johan Hildrup, the tight head prop. That's a poor kick. And Ystolvera quickly on the attack through Morgan Morse into the Christ College half. Pushing the opponents backwards. That was the scrum half. Rodri Lewis Rees. Inch by inch. That's an important tackle. Ystolvera back there though in numbers. Owain Watts is the loose head. And sometimes you have to give ground in order to make ground. Good step from the inside centre. Now then, here's a chance. Oh, lovely work by the scrum half, Rodri Lewis Rees. He'll go all the way for the opening score. He had support with that dummy pass. Fooled the Christ College defence and over he went. Good pace being shown, good strength as well on the scrum half, Rodri Lewis Rees. So Cellan Carter will attempt the conversion from wide out on the right. And the kickoff might have been delayed, but Ysgol Ystolvera immediately into their stride. getting the crucial opening score. Ketlan Carter. That's an excellent strike from the wing three-quarter. And Estelvera go into a 7-point lead early on in this cup final match. Christ College, well, they defeated Coleg Sirgar by 37 points to 0 in the semi-final. Estelvera overcame Presalie in Pembrokeshire by 47 points to 17. So those two teams fought it out earlier on today, and it was an overwhelming victory for Coleg Sirgar. And a chance here for Christ College to get onto the scoreboard. Jack Griffiths is there outside half. He's been a regular starter with the senior first 15 since entering year 11. And he's the top point scorer for the team this season. And the chance now then to open the scoring. And on the balance of the opening minutes, Christ College certainly need to keep up step with Estelvera. Two evenly matched teams here. Left-footed. Where's that one going? Just drifting wide of the upright. So Estelvera hold on to the 7-point advantage. Ian Morgan following up his own kick does well. But it's been turned over by Christ College Brecon now with ball in hand. And that was good work by the collegians. Both teams come into the final with convincing wins in the earlier rounds. Christ College defeating Bishop of Llandaff by 64-10. Llanisian by 32-3. Former winners here, Llanisian. And then Treorchy 24-19, a much closer affair. Snapped up by Ewan McIntyre, the number 5 for Christ College. And they're lining up outside the scrum half, Dan Buffrey. And if you have been watching over the last few days and you're watching the Youth Cup finals on Saturday, then perhaps one or two of the names in this Christ College lineup will be familiar, in as much that they represented the victorious Bilthwells RFC side. You've got Alex Williams at fullback, Liam Powell on the left wing, and Ewan Coyle, who was, to my mind, a star performer in the back row for Bilthwells at number 8. He's starting at 7 here for Christ College Brecon today. And for Estelvera, well, they defeated Bromyrddin of Carmarthen 36-12 in the opening round. Whitewashed Dyffryn Taf by 51-0, and then defeated Plas Mawr by 55 points to 5 in the quarter final. So big scores. McIntyre driving forward at his heels. That's Dan Buffrey at scrum half. Quickly shoveled into midfield, but Estelvera are up very quickly out of that defensive line, which means that there could be space behind somewhere, probed here by Joe Rees. Dig out again for Ewan Coyle, such a tricky customer. Bridgend Athletic side could hardly cope with him on Saturday. Oh, it's a great pass, lovely footwork and passing again from Christ College. Jack Locke turns his back against the opposition. Out it goes to Josh Edwards, and this is the centre, Dylan Skirm, within 5 metres. Christ College stunned by that early score for Ystalvera, and now they're going about their work with intent here, testing the Ystalvera defence. And over they go. Owen Conker, the number 8 of Christ College, gets the try that Christ College were looking for. And they're making a contest of it, that's for sure. No emotion on the face there of the try scorer. He knows there's a lot more time to go, and anything can happen. 35 minutes each way. So let's see whether Jack Griffiths can draw the scores level. Missed with an earlier penalty attempt. So this then to level the scores in 15 metres in from touch, right on the Ystalvera 22, left-footed, and sends it away for a good strike. 7 points all then. And an entertaining start to this cup final, it certainly has been. As Cian John restarts for Ystalvera. Sean Lloyd, the hooker, assumes duties of the scrum half. Dan Heselton goes to ground, and when he turns round, he'll find that his boot has been flung way into the Ystalvera half. Wouldn't call that sportsmanlike play. A bit of an edge to this match. Ketlan Carter has proved already that he's quite an adept kicker from way out on the right. He converted Rodri Lewis-Rees's try. Let's see what he can do. The angle certainly favours it. Has he got the distance? I suggest that he has. Ketlan Carter, o broni ddeugain llath. Certainly got the height. Just scraping the paintwork off the far upright. Oh, that's a mistake on the far side. And that's let Ystalvera back deep into the Christ College 22. The ball spinning off the upright, and Charlie Harris, I think it was, on the far left, who couldn't quite secure possession. And this is going to be a monumental scrum from Ystalvera. They've certainly got a powerful forward 8, and locking the scrum, that's the impressive Morgan Morse. It's all about technique. The referee keeping a watchful eye on the opposing front rows as they go to ground. And he'll have a quiet word, I should think. So another errant boot and time off for tying the shoelaces. That's Kai Smith. So as we were, the scrum reset. Down on this side of the scrum is Johan Hildrup for Ystalvera up against Joe Rees from Christ College, a new addition to the college this year and has featured regularly for the first 15. Quickly taken by this scrum half. Rodri Lewis-Rees looking for a second try. It's a still advantage to Ystalvera right on the Christ College try line. The ball is there somewhere. The referee's arm is outstretched once again. Unsighted he may have been, but the try has been scored. It looks as if it's one of the second row forwards that's claimed it. Looking to see who's being congratulated. We'll catch up with the name as soon as we can. So David Francis probably died to his mates. The number 7 it was who claimed the second try for Ystalvera. So another opportunity for Cethan Carter. So some 8 meters in from touch. Keeps his eye on the ball. He gets great height on his kicks, does Cethan Carter, and to good effect as well. Ystalvera reclaim the lead. Christ College Brecon 7. Ysgol Gyfun Ystalvera 14. Jack Griffiths kicks long. And the Christ College forwards are there in numbers. But Rodri Lewis-Rees should have the ball at his feet and able to clear without the need for any pillars on either side of that ruck. Has to be a penalty here for scragging around the neck, I would suggest, as Ewan Coyle looks to make headway. Still under referee's advantage. A solid hit coming in. The advantage is still there, with no distinct advantage. So Christ College Brecon will either aim for the post or more likely for the corner. And Griffiths takes play just inside the Ystalvera 22 over on the far right, as Jack Locke prepares to aim for the tall timber in the college line-out. Lloyd Powell at 4, Ewan McIntyre at 5, and Owen Conker, the try scorer, at 8. But once more, Ystalvera stolen that one. Good work at the line-out. Stretching that right leg was Lewis-Rees, but his kick was charged down, snapped up though, in the shadow of the Ystalvera posts. Alex Williams. We saw how much of a threat he was in the built Welsh ranks at centre over the weekend. Not a bad idea from Matt Price, but well covered though. And the mark was called for cleanly. So Stalvera clearing their lines and taking play almost up to their own 10-metre line. Cian John, the outside half. So the college slow into this line out, and as soon as they're in, the ball will be thrown in as well, keeping Stalvera guessing. Goes to the back, but it's an overthrow. Quickly snapped up by Rodri Lewis-Rees. A big solid scrum half, more like a back row forward in fact, and could well play as an eighth forward at the heels of his pack, of course. There it is, just having a sly look to see what was possible. Good pass, finding Ewan Hildrup, brushing aside the first tackle. And setting it up again, snapped up by Lewis-Rees. John. Harris takes it cleanly. But Stalvera caught offside, so the referee will bring them back to the site of the offence, which is just inside the Stalvera 10-metre line. Cian John finds touch for a line out on the 10-metre line, and that'll be the dividing line between the two sets of forwards. So right at the back, it's Hildrup for Stalvera. Hines couldn't quite gather the crooked feed. So the option is going to be a scrum. That's been the choice, the option for Christ College. They fancy that they can manage the Stalvera scrum, powerful as it is. Last man down for the college, it's Owen Conker from Llantwit Vardre, who's represented Cardiff Rugby at under 16s and 17s age grade. Dug out cleanly. Let's see how creative the college is in midfield. Matt Price it was, the number 13, as Jack Griffith sends it long. Only for the Stalvera fullback Ian Morgan to call for the mark. Now then, the college are without a fullback for a moment or two, as Matt Price is upended. Back in the thick of it again is Morgan. Hauled down on his own 10-metre line. Sent out into the hands of the outside half, Cian John. Oh, clean breakthrough here by Stalvera. The kick and the chase is on. Who will get there first? Could there be another try for Stalvera? It's a brilliant effort. A solo effort from David Francis, and that's a second try for the flank forward. Showing a good pair of heels, a clean pair of heels to the college defence, who had to turn and chase, by which time Francis was in full flight and getting his reward. So David Francis, the alert David Francis, extends Stalvera's lead, and this is going to be the simplest of conversions and kicks so far for Ketlan Carter. Carter makes no mistake. So third converted try for Ysgolgefin Stalfera Brodir, and they go out to a 14-point advantage. They lead Christ College Brecon now by 21 points to 7. Williams to Griffiths to Harris, up to halfway. The support is there from the back row forwards. That's Josh Edwards, but he's well marshalled into touch, but he made the ball available, kept it alive. Harris, the right winger, scragged around the neck. Well, let's hear. I wonder. No, that's what the intervention was for from the touch judge, the referee's assistant on the far side, Martin Rudd. So both sets of forwards down on their knees to get into the scrum, and immediately the front rows are down. And referee will certainly have a word with the front rows here, urging them to keep the height. Morse, such a handful. One can see how he drew the attention of the Welsh under-20s selectors, and at 17 years of age, he's certainly a name for the future. And he can represent Wales under-20s for the next 3 seasons or so. Dropped past, did it go forward? Never mind that, because there was an offside decision against Stalfera in any event. And they will come back for the original offence. And some running repairs required as well for Stalfera. Just checking that all is well. So it's important to take on fluids, clearly. Players need to remain hydrated in the cool of the evening here at the Principality Stadium, but it's warm enough down on the field of play. And the best place to be is in the East Stand, enjoying the late sunshine as the sun sets over the Principality Stadium. Anywhere will do, send it downfield and turn the opposition. Plenty of time. Well, we saw it from the college earlier on, didn't we, that Charlie Harris fumbled, and likewise the Stalfera left winger, he'll be disappointed with that, Will Morgan Long. So Christ College exactly where they want to be to play the rugby. A scrum inside the Stalfera 22, 8 forwards tied in at the scrum. There should be spaces somewhere. But Charlie Harris has wandered in from the right wing to step in, possibly inside or outside his centre, Danlan Skirm. So the referee has to step in again just to remind the front rowers. And he would have had a chat with them in the changing rooms beforehand, telling them in no uncertain terms the rules and regulations and as to what he would wish for at scrum time. It's a good contest actually between those two front rows. It's a game within the game, isn't it? Conker probes the narrow side. Haul down 5 meters short of the Ystalyfera try line. Coyle takes it up a metre or so further. That's Joe Ross, the loose head prop forward, bundled over, knocked back, and they'll come again through Coyle. Turns and makes the ball available. Good intelligent play by the wing forward, and again it's Conker to the try line. Referee unsighted, and referee's assistant not quite sure either, but the upshot is that Conker was held up. No protest from him. He knows that he didn't quite get the touchdown and that there would have been an Ystalyfera hand underneath the ball. So a let off. So a timeout for some treatment to Joe Rees, I think it is, the college prop. As Kian John comes over to this side of the posts for the dropout. Price leaves it for Griffiths. Williams to weave his magic. An injection of pace. Quick ball. That's better. Nice little offload. And bringing in Ewan McIntyre onto the pass. Conker is there again. And the two number 8s. And certainly having a tremendous game so far, as is this young man. So difficult to pull the ground, Ewan Coyle. And College still moving forward. The try has to come surely, and it's claimed by the fullback Alex Williams. Well, he's already got one trophy to his name in the last few days, his second appearance in 4 days here at the Principality Stadium, and brings Christ College Brecon back within 9 points with a conversion to come. It's a difficult conversion for Jack Griffiths. But Alex Williams, a staple of the back three this year. We know of his great counter-attacking play, and he's proved it yet again. So Griffiths places the ball on the tee, some 6 meters in from the far touchline, to close the gap to a converted try once again. It's a good attempt, but it just drifts wide of the far upright. So the score remains at Christ College Brecon 12, Ysgol Gyfun Ystalyfera 21. John kicks long downfield with 4 minutes remaining of this first half in what's turning out to be an entertaining final. It looked at one stage as if Ystalyfera might run away with it, but Christ College Brecon, in fairness, they've gone about their work efficiently, and they're in the game, certainly courtesy of the tries to Owen Conker and Alex Williams. Good clearing out by the college. Edwards lays the ball back, long arm. Griffiths to Williams again. Excellent in broken play. Edwards not quite ready perhaps for the pass. This is Liam Powell, another Built Welsh representative. Banging on the door once more is Josh Edwards. That's a good take. Great handling skills from the students. Once again, that's a lovely pass. Coyle, as ever, current member of the Scarlets under 18s age grade setup. One of many players in this college side who represented the Cautious Invitational side. So let's have a word, says the referee. So Christ College are making a substitution here. That's Finn O'Donovan coming on rather. Charlie Harris goes off. Whether it's a permanent replacement or not quite sure. So just a few minutes remaining in this first half for Christ College to get back within one score. They've proved themselves quite adept at the line-out and the driving line-out. And that back row has been working very hard throughout the opening 35 minutes. Can they get a third score before referee blows the whistle to bring the first half to a close? Not like that, they won't. First touch for the replacement, Finn O'Donovan. The high-stepping Finn O'Donovan. Dan Buffrey thought about the kick. Matt Price upended unceremoniously. Giving away the penalty for holding on to the ball on the ground, not releasing. Stelvera know full well that they can score perhaps breakaway tries, but they also know that Christ College Brecon, well, they're a tough lot, and that the odd three-pointer here and there needs to be taken when they are offered. So Carter. Some 30 plus meters out from the posts. Steady and concentration. And he gives the ball a really good thump. At every opportunity, and there is the last act of the first half, and it's an act which sees Ysgolgyfyn Stelvera extend their lead to 12 points, and by 24 points to 12 then they now lead at the break here in the final, the cup final of the under-18s schools category. Stay with us for the second half coming up shortly. At half-time here at the Principality Stadium in the under-18s category schools and colleges final. It's Christ College Brecon on 12, Ystylvera, Ysgolgyfyn Ystylvera, the Welsh medium comprehensive down in the Swansea Valley. They're on 24. So all to play for in this second half. One substitution for Ysgolgyfyn Ystylvera. Callum Kurzweil, wearing 3, is on for Johan Hildrup. And we already have a replacement on for Christ College Brecon. That's Finn O'Donovan, wearing 22 for the departed Charlie Harris. Try scorer for Christ College Brecon there, number 8, Owen Conker. So it'll be Christ College Brecon to kick off from left to right in the hoops in this second half, and hoping to narrow the gap, because on the break Ystylvera have looked pretty dangerous, and this guy, when he gets ball in hand and gets going, can be more than a handful, and that's Morgan Morse from the Cwm Llanfell Rugby Club. As indeed is the scrum half, Rodri Lewis-Rees. Alex Williams got the college's second try. This is Finn O'Donovan, a converted back row forward, would you believe? It's they usually go the other way. But O'Donovan finding himself on the wing, although he prefers the centre position. He might yet move into that position before the game is out. Griffiths, the flat pass, finding Jack Locke, the hooker. Griffiths again puts in a deft little kick, but it's too strong and it's out on the full. So they'll come back to almost halfway. Head of Orchard House, the full school prefect in Christ College Brecon. And that goes with responsibility, as indeed it does the role of outside half in a rugby match. Very often it's the forwards who decide who wins the game, and it's the outside half who determines by how much. Ystylvera, the long pass to Cian John, the outside half. It's snapped up by Cian Abraham. And away he goes, another breakaway try for Ystylvera. A well-placed kick from the outside half, Cian John, and latching onto it without a second invitation. That was Cian Abraham, and that score has extended Ystylvera's lead to 17 points, right at the top of the second half. Good understanding between outside half and centre. Ketlan Carter to add the conversion, and he does so. So Ystylvera out to a comfortable lead, 31 points to 12. So can Christ College Brecon claw their way back into this match? So 24, Joe Meek comes on for number 6, Kerith Davis in the Ystylvera ranks. The scrum half scored Ystylvera's first try. Christ College looking for the turnover, not quite managing to get their hands to the ball. Griffiths waits inside his own half, delivers into the hands of Alex Williams. This is where he excels in broken play, takes play up to the Estelvera 10-meter line, dug out very quickly. Ball bounces off an Estelvera player. And Coyle looks to go in and retrieve possession. It was his kick initially that struck an Estelvera player, quickly taken. But referee Kiff wants the line taken from the exact spot. Again, the college reduced the numbers at the line, and it's an overthrow, but it's safely in the hands of the tight head prop Dan Heselton. The line-out doesn't function as well as the college would have hoped for, but no harm done this time, as Heselton drives hard and low and pushes Estelvera back another metre or two. Conker looking to open the door. Advantage being played, but insufficient advantage, and the scrum will take place midway between the halfway line and the Estelvera 10-metre line as a further replacement is made. Chris Harris comes on for Kai Smith and takes his place in the second row. That's a good shove from Brecon, disrupting the Estelvera scrum and trying to hold up the ball carrier, and they've done so. Good technique. So Owen Watts, Sean Lloyd and Callum Kurzweil in the front row for Estelvera. Backing down this side is the double try scorer, David Francis. It's a well-balanced looking college front row. Joe Rees, Jack Locke and Dan Heselton. Change of direction. Williams again, proving his worth. Quick ball. Jack Locke. A powerful drive from the college hooker, Griffiths. That's McIntyre. Coyle. Such a slippery customer. McIntyre barging his way downfield, trundling along there also. That's Jack Locke in the movement for the second time. Good recycling here by the college. Coyle takes on the Estelvera defence, and they have the men over, they have the numbers. Griffiths still going, looking to run out of space on the far side. It's taken up once more by McIntyre, 10 metres or so out from the Estelvera try line. Defence is being tested. Locke again won't get the ball from his clutches very easily. Coyle slips one tackle. But once more, Joseph Kiff, the referee, was allowing advantage for the college. Estelvera being caught offside. The question being asked, what do we want to do? Well, we'll go for the corner. Oh, shall we go for the scrum perhaps? Not a bad option. Liam Powell has come over from the left winger of Christ College, and is just shadowing Dylan Skirm at centre at the moment, but it all starts with a scrum, of course, and yeah, it's all gone pear-shaped. A technical offence, the early engagement being penalised. And Estalvera can take their time to clear the lines, calling on Kian John to come and give it a good smack, as indeed he does. Doesn't find touch. So his opposite number, Griffiths, thinks about the counter before passing on to his outside backs. Matt Price just about manages to cling on to the ball. That's McIntyre. Griffiths again with a dummy pass. Well, had that gone, the college certainly had the numbers out wide. And still there though for Conker. Oh, the pass too hard for Liam Powell. It was a bullet of a pass from Conker. So Kian John is laid out and feeling the hardness of the pitch here at the Principality Stadium. It's no surprise really that the old calf muscle is pulling a little. It's rock hard underneath. So Estalvera taking advantage of the lull to make further adjustments and further substitutions. Ellis Lewis, I think, may well have come on wearing number 21, which means that Kian John probably will go off. For Christ College, Harry Holden come on, wearing 19. So Holden on the sidelines, and he'll come on for either Lloyd Powell or Ewan McIntyre. In the meantime, Jack Lock. That's a good tackle. He has to be careful though that he doesn't take the tackle player beyond the horizontal. So Ellis Lewis takes his place at scrum half. Llian Morgan has come up from full back to replace Kian John. And Rodri Lewis-Rees has stepped back to full back by the looks of it. So first touch then for Ellis Lewis, the scrum half. And this is the man who started at scrum half. That was Rodri Lewis-Rees. Llian Morgan on the charge, and Estalvera with the tails up here now. Rodri Lewis-Rees goes again. That's Morse on the narrow side. Llian Morgan steps one-handed back inside as Estalvera looking for blood here, and another try would surely seal the cup final for them. They're in the ascendancy, 19 points advantage. And if they score again, there's hardly a way back for the Christ College. But solid, stout defending, though, from the students. And they will get the put in. Number 16 on for Ystalvera, that's Brad Avon. Number 20, that's James Hayward. Oh, my mistake, I'm in the wrong side of the page. Number 16 is Cameron Thomas, my mistake. 24, Joe Meek. And 20, Thomas Morris. But I can confirm that Harry Holden is on for Christ College, and he's wearing 19. And he's replaced Ewan McIntyre, was actually wearing 4. And showed himself a few times in the opening half. Ian Morgan, a bit of a juggler. The College have turned that one over. And they win the full penalty for Ystalvera, coming in from the side, from in front of the hindmost foot. And that is not legal. So not for the first time we see Christ College reducing the numbers at the line-out, and it's secured cleanly this time as Conker picks up the legs and drives into the heart of the Ystalvera defence. So this must be Lloyd Powell then, wearing 5. Coyle. Oh, lovely work. Good hands, looking for Donovan, can't find him. And away goes the replacement, Ellis Lewis at scrum half for Ystalvera. Can't free his hands to get the ball away. But a good effort there from Christ College, but again it's Ystalvera on the front foot through Owain Watts. Morse on the charge, almost breaks through. Gets support from Rodri Lewis-Rees, who I suggested earlier on might well fit in at wing forward if need be. He's certainly got the size and the ambition as well. And the applause is for Joe Rees, the Christ College loose head prop, who departs. Brad Avon is on, wearing 16.
There is replacement for Christ College Brecon. Number 16, Brad Avon, replaces number 1, Joe Rees. Hefyd I Ystalvera, replacement as well for Ystalvera. Number 23, Jack Pickin, replaces number 11, Morgan Long.
Loose ball snapped up by Donovan. Hasn't forgotten his skills as a back row forward. Lock. Conker to Coyle. It's there, albeit slow for Dan Buffrey. Extends that right leg, can't get distance, gets height. And it's out for an Ystalvera line-out. So Cameron Thomas to feed this line out. As Rodri Lewis-Rees trots out to the wide outside. The college front row under a little pressure there as Jack Griffiths finds himself caught in a pincer movement. Conker. Lock again. Well, he's seen a lot of the ball in loose play, has the industrious Christ College hooker. Duffrey finds his path blocked. So the unlikely scrum half would be Dan Heselton, the tight head prop. Conker, just a little pop-up pass, nicely done. But it all goes pear-shaped once again as Carter sends it downfield, giving chase. That's Joe Pickin just on the field. Oh, can't gather. The line at his mercy. But good thinking there by Ketlan Carter, just prodding that little kick through. So a few more substitutions been made by both sides, so we'll catch up with the numbers as we see them.
For Estelvera, number 2.
So it's Estelvera being penalised this time for being over-eager at the scrum. Technical offence. So kick directly into touch, and it's an Estelvera line out. Scrum half Ellis Lewis took that one well. And Estelvera, they're lining up on the wide outside. The college defending narrow as Morgan Morse goes in search of a try, which would certainly clinch it for Estelvera. Things not going to plan out wide. Ball lost forward, and the referee waiting for advantage, which has not accrued as Johan Coyle and Ellis Lewis get to know one another better. So at this stage of proceedings, the benches are emptied.
More replacements for Christ College Brecon. Number 5, Roy Powell. Number 8, Owen Conker. And number 11, Liam Powell. Are replaced by number 18, Tom McLean. Number 20.
Number 20 for the college, that's James Hayward. He's on the this side of the scrum. So going down on this side is Di Francis from Seven Sisters on the books of the Ospreys. The broadest smile of the afternoon is on the face of the loose suede prop. That man there, the Wayne Watts. Quickly into the hands of Morse. Something of a wild pass. Pickens dodges the first tackle. It's a side of penalty within 10 metres of the college try line. Well, it's been all Stelvera in this second half. Morse to use his weight and power, muscles over the try line, and that signs, seals and delivers it for Ysgol Stelvera. The game must surely be beyond Christ College now, with a lead of 24 points and 36 to 12. You can safely say that the cup final belongs to Ysgol Stelvera. Great individual effort from that man. Remember the name, Morgan Morse. Played for the Wales under-18 side, and as already alluded to, also in the squad for the Wales under-20 side, and he was only 17 in January. I've been impressed with the kicking of Cetlan Carter throughout this match. Just drawing it to this side of the upright. He'll be disappointed with that one, much because I'm sure that he's been practicing hard for this final, and he's been a very capable kicker and a valuable points scorer for Ysgol Stelvera throughout the season. So the score remains at 36 points to 12. Nothing more than a rugby collision, ball lost forward. Came off a college hand, so it'll be an Stelvera put in. Morse held by the shirttails by James Hayward with the pink headgear. Kick is a little too far. Now Donovan, let's see why, can he show why he's been moved out from back row to the back division. Alex Williams, we know all about him. Griffiths. And there's another player who's shown up well for the college this evening. That's Jack Locke at hooker. Williams again. Oh, lovely pass to Donovan. The pass that Sonny Bill Williams himself would have been proud of. Can the college get a score? Coyle, and Locke is there as ever. Griffiths sends it quickly into midfield. It's well held there by Jack Perrins, who's replaced Liam Powell on the wing. So one final flourish perhaps from Christ College. Williams to his co-centre Dylan Skirm. Skirm is away. That's a well-worked try by Christ College. And no more than they deserve. They've defended for the greater part of this second half, but they've proved again that they are capable of scoring tries. This back division, if they get good, clean, quick ball, they can cause the problems for the best of sides. Jack Griffiths adds the conversion.
Cross yard, nice, by number 10, Jack Griffiths.
Ysgolgywyn Ystylvera still lead by a healthy and the commanding 17 points. It's Coleg, it's Christ College Brecon 19, Ysgolgywyn Ystylvera 36.
For the replacements, firstly for Christ College, number 21, Cameron Shine replaces number 9, Dan Buffrey, and number 17, David Roberts replaces number 2, Jack Rock. Then for Ystylvera, number 3, Johan Hildrup replaces number 1, Owain Watts.
Hayward gathers for Christ College and sets off. Fresh legs in the last few minutes. 21, the scrum half. That's Cam Shine for the students of Christ College. Quickly taken by Jack Griffiths. A lobbed pass out wide from Josh Edwards to Iwan Coyle. Ducks under the tackle. Never gives up, does he, Iwan Coyle? Playing his second game in 4 days here at the Principality Stadium. A member of that victorious Bilthwell's youth team that won the cup final here on Saturday. Matt Price. Shine. Griffiths again, and Christ College throwing everything into the attack. Ystylvera caught offside, they'll have to come back. Iwan Coyle was the man in a hurry. So in the meantime, there's a player down for Ystylvera. Looks as if it could be their hooker. It's Brad Avon. My mistake. Cameron Thomas. Trying to shake off that injury. He won't want to go off this late in the game.
The Ystylvera, number 10, Thomas Collier, replaces number 16, Cameron Thomas.
Snapped up there by Alex Williams. Just beyond the Ystylvera 10-metre line. Here's a young man who knows exactly where the try line is, Dylan Skirm. Brad Avon. Williams again coming in looking for work. Good angle, makes the ball available. Matt Price turning. Cam Shine. That's Harry Holden. He was here on Saturday as well, but in the colours of Lampeter RFC in the Youth Bowl final. Came up short against Llandafar FC. Well stripped there by Kian Abraham, and sends it way downfield, and having to sprint back. There is Jack Perrins under pressure here. What can he do? Can he get the ball away? Does so with aplomb. Was that a late tackle on Perrins? There's a loud blast on the whistle. Well, yellow card is being shown to Kian Abraham. Good chasing by the centre. Didn't quite time his tackle on Perrins, and deemed to be a late tackle. So Stelvera down to 14 men. Griffiths, the outside half, to no one in particular. Again snapped up by Alex Williams, a little too far perhaps. No, it's still there. Reward for endeavour and for chasing his own kick. Skirm thinks it through. That's meant for Perrins. The bounce eludes him and Rodri Lewis-Rees as well. So College chasing the game, and to bring greater respectability to the scoreline. They've entered into the spirit of the final, and after all, it is the Spirit of Youth final that we are talking about here. The feisty Ellis Lewis, claiming that it was his ball, but clearly it wasn't. So the sun is set over the Principality Stadium, but good support for both these teams. Late in the day, the final minutes of the Cup final, as Cam Shine considers his options here from the penalty. Christ College Brecon running it, and again there's a little bit of afters. And it's that young man Ellis Lewis involved yet again. So there's Stelvera supporters in the stand getting ready to celebrate and to greet their players after what's been a good all-round performance and some brilliant individual tries. If we were to put a highlight package together, then certainly it'll be well worth watching. Picked up by Morgan Morse, can't get away initially the first time. Francis, as ever, on his shoulder. Good tackle, man and ball. And College turn it over. No, not quite. It's still there for Lewis to get it away. His headgear is way downfield somewhere on the 10-metre line. There it is, just beyond the 10-metre line. And he doesn't care. Defending the back of the line out, that's Dan Heselton for Christ College Skirm. Sends it out to Matt Price, his outside centre. Stalvera go in. Have they turned it over? Not quite. I thought they did get their hands on the ball. Coyle, well, if anyone deserves a try, it's this young man. 5 metres short. And College have the numbers out wide. Skirm, the final pass perhaps, or is it? Great defensive effort here from Stalvera. Holden leaves it for Cam Shine. This is Dan Heselton looking to barge his way over, and he may well have done so. The referee's arm is extended, and Christ College, well, they never give up. And that takes them beyond the 20-point mark, up to 24 against Stalvera's 36 and 14 men. Got full credit where it's due. Dan Heselton, a member of a very solid, well-coached front row for Brecon College, along with Joe Rees and Jack Locke. So Griffiths, some 5 metres in from touch. Strikes an excellent conversion, difficult for a left-footed kicker. Some 2 minutes remaining. And Christ College Brecon finishing with a flourish here. They narrow the deficit to 10 points. It's Christ College Brecon 26, Stalvera 36. 62 points scored in this match. Cam Shine waits. Griffiths again. Skirm having a quick look. College still full of running. Coyle offers himself out in the back line, the industrious wing forward. Exceptional work by the man who started at scrum half, Rodri Lewis-Rees, and he says, let's have a quick look here. What are we going to do? There is time. What is there? Cyfan Carter sends it high into the middle tier of the East Stand. The final whistle blows, and Ysgol Stalvera are the winners of the cup final in the schools and college age grade sector of the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Championship here at the Principality Stadium. The final scoreline, Christ College Brecon 26. They struck back in the end with 2 well-taken tries, left it late, and Stalvera have won by 36-26. And I'm full of praise for all these players. They deserve our congratulation. Stalvera the winners, and the runners-up, Christ College Brecon, they won against all opposition in the opening rounds, and by a healthy margin more often than not. It was a close run affair in the end, with those tries in the first half for Ysgol and Stalvera. They'd done enough in that opening half, not that they could rest on their laurels in the second, and their family and supporters in the stand will be well proud of the efforts of Ysgol Stalvera Brodyr. Owen Watts, a smiling assassin, front row forward alongside him, the bearded Johan Hildrup. They never had beards when I was in school. Cian Abraham can afford a smile despite being dispatched to the sin bin. But it's good to see Christ College Brecon back where they belong. There was a time when they withdrew from competition, but now that they're back on the big stage, and they swept all before them to get to this final. Outmuscled at times, but they fought valiantly. So Ysgol Gywyn, Ystalfera, Brodyr. Walk over to receive the congratulations of their peers and staff and family. And a loud cheer for the winners, and a word of comfort perhaps from the coaches of Christ College Brecon. The winners of the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Senior Schools and Colleges Group for 2021-22. The male Spirit of Youth Cup final has been won by Ystalfera, defeating Christ College Brecon by 36 points to 26, and they wait to come up and fetch their medals and that fantastic trophy that awaits them. And that will sit proudly in the trophy cabinet of Ysgol Ystalfera Brodyr for the next 12 months. The vanquished, Christ College Brecon, and we'll look forward to seeing them again on the circuit next year. They've certainly placed a marker, drawn a line in the sand, and they too have their supporters in the East Grandstand. Remember, we are back tomorrow for the junior schools group and intermediate group. For the under 11s, DC Thomas Bowl Plate and Cup final, also the Lawrence Miller Bowl Morgan Griffiths Plate for the intermediate group, the girls national under 16s final, and the Dewar Shield, the hotly contested Dewar Shield final for the intermediate group, and that'll be played out between Cardiff and the Rhondda schools. So the officials come up to receive their commemorative ties. Martin Rudd, Geraint Morgan from Tregaron's done still solid duty as treasurer for the Tregaron club over the years. And of course the referee, Simon Kiff. Respective coaches also receive medals for their efforts in supporting the efforts of their students. And Johan Coyle there licking his bruises. He's had a tremendous couple of days. And you can look back certainly on a job well done on Saturday for Bilfar FC. So the runners-up receiving their medals, the squad of Christ College Brecon. Excellent entertainment all round today, culminating with the cup final, of course. with the headband there. That's Owen Conker, scored a try for the college. Liam Powell. Alex Williams, scrum half. Dan Buffrey. And last but not least, Ewan McIntyre. Rodri Lewis-Raistlin, scorer of the first try for Ysgol-Gyfun Ystalfera. Ewan Hildrup, the tight head. Kathleen Carter, excellent kicking. Cian John had to depart. Morgan Morse, David Francis. Owen Watts. Medals to be proud of. Great effort and a great win for Ysgol Ystalfera Brodyr. And there is the trophy. So safely in the hands of Cian Abraham, the captain of Ysgol Ystalfera Brodyr. They are the school's under-18s champions for 2021-22 with a final scoreline: Christ College Brecon 26, Ystalfera 36. And one more time for posterity, we'll congratulate Ysgol Ystalfera Brodyr, the Welsh Schools Rugby Union Senior Group Under-18s Male Cup Final winners for 2021-22. Llongyfarchiadau i Ysgol Ystalfera a phawb sy'n gysylltiedig â'r buddugoliaeth, a buddugoliaeth anrydeddus oedd hi hefyd yn trechu Coleg yr Iesu Aberhonddu o 36 i 26. So that culminates the competitions for today, with our congratulations to Ysgol Ystalfera Brodyr on that fantastic win. We will look forward now to tomorrow for the finals of the junior DC Thomas competitions, and we'll be back on air at 11:30 tomorrow morning. Join us if you can, or if you're within driving distance of Cardiff, then come along to support all the youngsters taking part in this festival of rugby. But for today, well, thank you for your company, and we'll look forward to your company again tomorrow.